Why hello there. When the final episode of Attack on Titan's anime eventually came out, most people seemed to think it wasn't complete, utter dogshit. So most people were wrong. Alright, perhaps that wasn't the greatest way to start this video if I want to win people over to my cause. But hey, if you have... Jesus, this video is long. If you have quite a bit of time, then maybe this video will convince you that not only the final episode of Attack on Titan was quite literally close to Season 8 of Game of Thrones levels of bad, but the vast majority of the so-called final season was convoluted, confused, illogical trash that managed to ruin almost everything that came before it. The final season does start off pretty decent, but quite quickly it becomes apparent that the world building is a complete joke, and after that the plot and characters break and shatter more and more by every scene, and more bullshit gets added to more bullshit, until the whole story kinda just explodes. So with that said, let's start from the start of the final season of Attack on Titan. So, where are we, what's happening, and who the fuck are these people? So this kid hits his head, got temporary dementia, and so a lot of this is explained to him by his friends. A pretty janky way to get an exposition dump, but I'll allow it. A 4-year war is coming to an end. All they have to do is capture Fort Solver and sink the Mid-East Allied Forces fleet. To do this, Marley brought Commander McGaff, Colt, who is heir to the Beast Titan, his brother Falco, along with 3 other warrior candidates, Gabby, this guy, and this girl, who are fighting over who is the heir to the Armored Titan. Speaking of, oh, I know this guy. Okay, so destroying this fort and sinking these ships is going to win them the 4-year war. Doesn't this all seem kinda simple? Like, how did this war even come to be? Who's exactly the Mid-East Allied Forces? What are they fighting for, and who's in the right? I'm sure we'll get the answer to all these questions. Well, McGaff does say the war was sparked after the perceived hit to the Marley's military might from losing the female and colossal titan, so that's something. But from that, shouldn't Marley have kept losing the colossal and female, especially the colossal, which is absolutely overpowered, under wraps? I guess they might have tried and it leaked or something? You may say I'm being pedantic about all this, but this 4-year-long war is extremely important. McGaff says this war is what is putting on hold the Paradis Island operation. Without this war, the plot of Attack on Titan is vastly different. McGaff is implying that Marley would have raided Paradis by now if not for this war. So it's really frustrating how little we know about it. And as we are going to find out, how little we know about the outside world in general. Anyway, there's now this armored train, which they have to take out before sending the Titans. To do this, Gabby comes up with a plan to act like an innocent girl and throw grenades at the armored train on the tracks. I really can't buy this shit working. I think it's our first instance of plot armor of the season, but definitely not our last. So this isn't a city or town with civilians in it. This is a military base, and the guys in this base knows Marley turn their people into titans and give out titan shifters to children. That's why I really can't buy these guys not instantly mowing down Gabby at first sight. And look, it's not just these guys, there's a whole row of people not shooting at her. Whatever, it's not that bad, and she ends up throwing the nades and getting the train, then proceeding to dodge a lot of extra fire. This allows Zeke and Reiner to do their shit, and eventually they win. The war is over. The world knows about Titans something, and Marley needs a founding Titan. The higher-ups in the military are discussing that new technology, like bombs from the sky, is going to overthrow the age of the Titans, and that because Marley relied on the Titans, they are falling behind on technology. Leaving out the founding Titan, I do think they are greatly downplaying just how broken the Colossal Titan is. Although yeah, in general, he is right. In the very near future, not even having the Colossal would be enough for Marley. as bombs and stuff will easily overpower the Titans. Then Zeke says that right now they should resume a Parody Island operation and retake the Founder and the other Titans to stall for Marley, creating better weapons. Okay, something that is going to be an ongoing problem is it's impossible to figure out what everyone thinks and knows about the Founding Titan, who can use it and how much. If a Founding Titan can create infinite Colossal Titans, then it's the most busted thing in the world. It will win any war ever. But then Zeke mentions retaking it, and they don't seem to care much. Also, they aren't assuming Eren has mastered the power and can do the rumbling. But then the declaration of war happens. I'll get into it deeper later, but it's all just so fucked. So now McGaff, Zeke and Colt are chatting. McGaff says about the 32 ships they sent to Paradis, all having never returned. So when you lose your first, 31 ships, what's making you send the 32nd? Like, it's obviously not working. And what are they actually being sent for? To spy on Paradis? To find out what? Wouldn't they be worried that they get captured and then tortured out of any information? Or that they're just handing them some ships on a platter? Then Zeke mentions Paradis having all the Titans, and just something I want to point out, it doesn't seem like Marley know about Annie's crystal technique. No one ever mentions it. So Annie just figured that shit out on the spot? I don't know, could have been nice to know how that worked at all. There's a line only in the manga, which confuses me a lot, where Zeke says, the Fritz family made a commitment to non-resistance. Depending on when Marley knew about the vow of non-resistance, they should have just utterly wiped out all of Paradis in their original invasion. A good cut in the anime, and there's another relating to the same thing, which is gonna spring up later. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if the anime worked out. It's really stupid for Marley to know about this vow. And now for a while, there's just a lot of good shit, especially for my man Reiner. Hey, a lot of the Marley arc is pretty decent, what can I say? I will say, it does feel quite out of character for Reiner to convince Falco to inherit the Founder, so Gabby doesn't have to. It feels weirdly selfish, because I guess it's because Gabby's related to him. Anyway, who's this bozo? Then Reiner and Gabby have a family dinner. Gabby's flexing and the family calls her the savior of Eldia, which is insane, saying that it's probably like treason or some shit. Eldia is what they call the Eldian Empire, right? I think it should say something like, she's the savior of the Eldians. But yeah, seems like a bad translation. But it's the same in the manga. Whatever. Reiner then says his whole thing about how terrible the people on Paradis are, by saying the most mundane things about them. It's a strange scene, but I think it's really good. I take it as Reiner getting lost in his mind as he recollects the past and starts taking on his soldier mentality. Paradis Island definitely ain't perfect. There's a lot of shit Reiner could say to paint it as evil, but Reiner's life there was a beautiful dream compared to the rest of his life. So all he could think of was some goofy stories about his friends in the cadets. Man, I sure hope Reiner gets a good final scene. I'm sorry, I just had to. Now we find out about the type of speech to the world, saying Marley will control Paradis within the year, and so Reiner has to go back to the island. And now we get Reiner's backstory, and yeah, it's mostly good shit. Okay, there is something which maybe inevitably couldn't really make much sense. I really don't buy Marley sending just children into Paradis to capture the Founder. The plan in general is kinda insane and crazy risky to lose all their Titans, and especially the Colossal, which they should have instantly brought back, because they should have known how insanely good it is. Actually, you know what they should have done is send Peek in to easily bring them in, and then bring back Bertolt after he breaks a wall, so Marley keeps a Colossal Titan with them. Then they keep their most powerful Titan. And I get children are easier to indoctrinate, but the thing is, they also have to be smart at being able to figure out where the Founder is and capture it. I think sending Zeke as their leader would make so much sense. I don't really see how that didn't happen, to be honest. But yeah, it's unfortunate to me, because the invasion on Paradis is really the roots of Attack on Titan, and I just don't think it was ever fully thought out. So Marley calls a female titan the female titan. Paradis called it that because it's the only titan with tits. Does Marley call it that because only females can use it? Or does it have tits when guys use it too? Well, as we all know, that shit ain't explained, and I just think it's an example of a precise world building of the first 3 seasons just being thrown out the window. After they get in Paradis, there is a real insane line in the manga, cut in the anime, which I can't quite believe. It's like the one from earlier, but even crazier considering the current situation, and it really does just fuck up the entire plot. Reiner says, if the Tiber family's information is correct, then the king is bound by some kind of vow to renounce war. If Marley knows about the vow, then they should just utterly fuck up the whole of Paradis, send their whole army, and just capture the founder that way. Now, it's kind of presented with the word if, like they aren't sure, but the thing is, the whole initial attack on Wall Maria was already one hell of a risk. That could have easily been enough to start the rumbling. I don't buy for a second that Marley wouldn't risk a little bit more just to do a full assault and hope the vow is enough. We very soon find out Willy truly knows shit and runs Marley, which despite the anime dodging some of its logic now, means it will quickly become apparent. The more you think about this shit, the less any of it makes any sense. Also, if this vow was known to Reiner and everyone, then they clearly aren't heroes. There is no danger to Paradis having the founder if they can't use it. So what's happening? It's so fucked. At least it's cut in the anime. I think this will come in handy later. Fucking great scene though. After finding out he'll have to go back to Paradis, he's like, nah, I'm head out. But then, yeah, definitely a little too coincidentally, Falco knocks on the wall and speaks to himself, which reminds Reiner he still has them, a reason to fight and a reason to live. And now for some reason, Falco starts talking to this random hobo. But man, this hobo is an interesting fella.
ただし、自分で自分の背中を押したやつの見る地獄は別だ。その地獄の先にある何かを見ている。それは希望かもしれないし、さらなる地獄かもしれない。それは進み続けた者にしかわからない。
I don't think you're gonna be knowing much at all, man. Sorry, can't help myself. Okay, so Willy and McGaff start chatting, and McGaff says that the Tibers control Marley from the shadows, and Willy is like, oh yeah, for sure we do. But then says, but Marley chose her path, and we gave Marley freedom and power to act as atonement. Okay, so white is black now. How can Marley be under rule of the Tibers when the Tibers can't change what they do?
This doesn't make any sense!
And the more control the Tibers have, the more questions there are going to be, like the first initial invasion on Paradis. If the Tibers wanted this, then as they know about the vow, they should just fuck up all of Paradis to get the founder. And if they didn't want the invasion, then they should have stopped it. We really know so little about the political military state in Marley, and then they just throw this guy into the mix, and I'm kinda completely lost. So all the other countries' ambassadors are at Marley. Willy takes over from his goober to do a little speech. He says, I've arrived at a single answer. I'm excited to see how genius his answer really is. So, Willy's speech is about to happen. Oh my god, the hobo was Eren all along? And now we're gonna see some real important shit. The declaration of war. I'll get something out of the way. The Eren-Reiner conversation is the best thing in Season 4 of Attack on Titan. I like it a lot. But then there's Willy's speech and the implications of it. Strap in. This is gonna get pretty complicated and pretty fucking terrible. But before the main part of the speech, let's talk about the King Fritz who built the walls. So Willy tells us the best information we're gonna get about this guy, so that's what we have to go off. King Fritz was ashamed of the Eldian Empire and sick of the constant wars and fighting, and he thinks the Titans are the cause. So he brings the founder and most of the Eldians into these walls that he made. So I'm wondering, what happened to these 8 other Titan shifters? Why would he leave Marley with 7 titans to carry out the same atrocities of his ancestors? I'm assuming the attack titan was hidden or something, but why wouldn't Willy eat the other 7 titans, then pass down 7 titans every time to his children and children's children? That way, the world wouldn't be taken over by the titans, and he would have actually have achieved something. And now let's talk about him building the colossal titans. So I guess he was under the impression that without royal blood, you couldn't use a founding titan's powers, and with royal blood, you would get his vow. So he didn't know about any loopholes. Now, somehow Sava knew about these loopholes, which is a discussion for later, but what it means for now is King Fritz should not have been so confident that someone could never activate the rumbling. It feels like you can do whatever the fuck you want with a founding titan's powers, like goddamn memory wiping hundreds of thousands of people, and I suppose giving them false memories or something, because if hundreds of thousands of people suddenly appear in these big walls, and they can't remember how they got there, I feel like they would want some questions to be answered. Wait, that all does seem pretty important. I'm sure it will be explained later. Anyway, what I'm getting at is why did King Fritz bother to make the Colossal Titans at all? Could he really not make the walls any other way? That seems implausible, and if he could make the walls without the Titans, then why didn't he? What King Fritz should have done is just bluff, and say that there's Colossal Titans hidden in the walls. Oh, but I guess the rumbling had to be the main fucking plot point, so whatever. Anyway, let's get on to the main part of Willy's speech. Okay, let's get a definition down. When I refer to the Eldian problem, I mean the power of the Titans being able to control the world. That is the root of the issue the world has with the Eldians. If the world's technology surpasses the power of the Titans, then there is no real Eldian problem. I think Willy and most of the world in AOT would agree. Now, I'm not saying that Eldians won't still have problems. Obviously they would, but that is what Willy is referring to when he says this endless problem. Okay, being able to fully use a founder is an instant win. Willy mentions a great Titan Wars in his speech, and they just don't make any fucking sense. If a founding Titan can make millions of Colossal Titans, then being able to use a founder is an instant win in any war. So how the fuck would the Great Titan Wars not be an instant sweep with whoever has a founder? I dunno, but despite the founder being so broken, Marley don't seem bothered about it. They must be under the impression only Eldians with royal blood can fully use it. Fully being the important word, because they did want to capture the founder. That was a big part of the first invasion, along with getting Paradise's resources, and Reiner says Eren used it at the end of Season 2. Marley's point of view is the Eldian problem, Titans controlling the world, is a thing of the past, which for them is obviously bad. Okay, so Willy's logic is different. All his knowledge and memories support that the founder can't be used unless you have royal blood, and if you have royal blood, there's a vow against war. So therefore, the founder can never be used, so there's no Eldian problem, as technology will surpass the power of the Titans. But he heard that Reiner saw Eren use the founding powers. So despite what he thought he knew, now he thinks there's a chance that he can use a founding Titan without royal blood. And to stop this becoming an issue, he wants Marley to gain control of the founding Titan. Okay, so Willy thinks Marley, the nation which uses the power of the Titans to take land and power through whatever fucked up way possible, is better to have a founding Titan than the island of Paradis who have done absolutely nothing wrong. How does this solve the Eldian problem? Why the fuck do you think Marley is better than Eren? And this isn't even the worst part. Okay, first, the only way Willy's plan makes an atom of sense is if Willy is trying to kill Eren before he learns the power of a founder. Because if Eren already knows how to use a power, Willy declares war and then Eren responds with an instant rumbling. And if Eren can never use his power, then there is no threat in Paradis and no Eldian problem, as technology will surpass the power of the Titans. So if Willy's goal is to prevent the rumbling, then why the fuck did he let Eren learn his powers for 4 years? Eren assumingly couldn't control his Titan powers in the Return to Shiganshina fight. So straight after that, Willy should declare war. If he's scared that someone can learn to use a founder's power without royal blood, don't give them the time to fucking learn it. Anyway, so right now he thinks that this guy Eren might be willing and able to use a founding titan's power, and therefore the rumbling. So he declares that the entire world go to war against Paradis. You told the guy who you suspect has a power to destroy the whole world that the whole world is coming to destroy his home and his country. And how did you go about this, genius? You told all the ambassadors of the world that Eren can destroy the world whenever he wants.
現在始祖の巨人を身に宿すエレン・イェーガーは地ならしを発動させる可能性を秘めています。
You fucking dildo. The rest of the world will just be like, oh, this guy can destroy the world. Let's not give him a single reason to. Hey, I ain't no fan of no Eldians, but this guy, he's the best. There's just no other way. Eren has the ultimate deterrent. What Willy should do if he wants to go with the most stupid, risky, pointless plan in the history of plans is tell the world exactly what he thinks, well, or what he hopes. That Eren has the power to destroy the world, but hasn't learned how to use it yet. Then lie and say Eren has said that he will destroy the entire world when he can use the power. Now it makes sense to kill this motherfucker. But no, you go with your way, which obviously won't get the world against Eren.
我々は国も人種も異なる者同士です。しかし、強大な敵を前にした今こそ一つになる時なのです。だから今、死にたくない者は力を貸してほしい。どうか一緒に未来を生きてほしい。皆で力を合わせれば、どんな困難も乗り越えていけるはずです。
So the world buys this shit. They are crying and clapping and cheering this insanity. We don't know who precisely is at this event, but important people, and due to the lack of world building, I'm going to assume that this would be the common consensus throughout the world. Don't tell me it isn't, it's clearly meant to be. The world thinks that the best way to combat this dude, who can apparently destroy the entire world, is to try to kill him and everyone in his nation. Everyone who he loves and knows. Not only that, but if his mission works out, they are happy for Marley, who have been terrorizing the world for the past 100 years with the power of the Titans, to be able to use the fucking rumbling and the whatever the fuck other powers a Founding Titan has. But Paradis, come on, they are evil. I mean, they've kinda stayed chill for 100 years, and for the 4 years where some shit changed, they remain chill. Those guys, fuck those guys. It is hard to put into words how I would describe the world of Attack on Titan. I guess just use a thesaurus on the words fucking retarded, and then put very in front of every word that comes up. The world is all beyond broken, and this has such massive implications on everything that's gonna happen later. What Willy and the rest of the world should do, if they think there's any decent probability that Eren has a power to use a founder and can start the rumbling, is do a declaration of peace. It may sound altruistic, but whoever has the power of a founder is capable of destroying the whole world apparently. So then, what other option is there? I mean, at least talk with Paradis, anything other than this. Later, I'll get into the morality and logic of doing the rumbling. But for now, let's go on to the fight, which I like a lot. It's hype as fuck, but there is a couple of questionable things. For one, despite being pretty cool, I do think the Warhammer Titan's abilities are pretty inconsistent. A lot of times, it feels like it should be spamming more spikes and stuff at Eren, and it just doesn't. But it's not too bad. There's a literal 180 change of dialogue for Magath in the anime compared to the manga. In the manga, Magath says he wants to kill Eren. We aren't relying on the Titans any longer. That's Marley's new policy. We're stopping Eren Jaeger here, just as I ordered. But in the anime, he says the opposite. The manga Magath is just totally right here. Just kill Eren and then invading Paradis would be easy. And then whatever baby will be passed down of Founder's powers Marley could just take it from them. And so with knowing the difference, it's even easier to see why McGaff in the anime is stupid here. And I would say so stupid he's out of character. I have to remind you that they think the entire world is on the line here. I have a theory why they changed this line to try and justify a bullshit scene from later, but it doesn't. McGaff also has put on some real good plot armor. This entire fight looks unfortunately not great. It certainly ain't the same level as the last 3 seasons, but Armin's Colossal in this red mist looks fucking incredible. Shouldn't these soldiers know the Levi Zeke plan? Why are they suiciding for no reason? Talking about the Levi Zeke plan, I really don't see what happens here when he throws a nade in. While he is on it, no one sees? I don't know. The Nutcracker is brutal. You love to see it. Eren, what are you doing? He isn't in there, he's in the nape. You know, like always. Why are you being so extra? What's smashing his face gonna do? Just bite him from the nape. Well, it gives enough time for Reiner to make his appearance. So Reiner and Eren go in, and Reiner grabs Porco and collapses. Then Eren leaves and says, I'm not sure I understand or accept whatever this angle is. Eren can take the Armored and Jaw Titan here. I definitely don't accept that he couldn't if he wanted to. So it must be for some other reason. At this point, I think Eren was committed to eventually doing the rumbling. So maybe he just wanted to give Reiner in his final act of bravery some final time left before he kills him. Maybe I can accept that. Or maybe he wanted Reiner to provide some ounce of hope that he could do something to create some peace between the world and Paradis before he's gonna do the rumbling. Well shit, that didn't happen. Okay, I do think it's likely knowing what comes later that this is implying some future memory stuff. I mean, he says, see you later, Reiner. But this isn't a real reason why he wouldn't just kill him. And spoiler alert, I hate the future memories bullshit. And I really hate what the future memories get turned into. Anyway, Gabby runs after them and says she's gonna kill Eren Jaeger. Good luck with that. Now she clearly has no logical way to do this, so she's clearly acting completely irrationally, which is fine for now. Eren reunites with Armin and Levi. Levi's first plan of action is booting Eren in the head and then getting his men to restrain him with guns. Okay, so we quickly start to realize Eren was doing his own shit, and so was going against any orders. Depending on how everything led up to this, which we'll eventually find out about, I can see why Levi would be a little pissed off at Eren. Eren risked his own life, which is obviously pretty vital, and his comrades' lives to achieve his plan, which he went against his superiors to carry out. However, let's take a step back and realize what Eren's plan just achieved. Willy, and essentially the world, just declared war on Paradis Island. And straight away, Paradis destroyed Marley's higher-ups in the military, got the Warhammer Titan, destroyed the Marley fleet, supposedly buying them extra time, and took Zeke Jaeger, who they need to survive. Well, at least he would be preferable than other options. We later find out they got Titan syringes and serum, which are essential. What Paradis Island just achieved was a dream scenario. Eren's plan was incredible and went smoothly. So why is Eren restrained and having guns pointed at him? What the fuck do they think Eren is going to do? And after Eren pretty much says, but the plan worked though. Why does Levi say this? What are you getting at? As far as we know, Eren really has done nothing wrong. Okay, so there's some people flying attached to the blimp. John says... Then my man Lobov, who was apparently in the first 3 seasons, now appears in the final season and is like, nah, I'd win. He's like, bruv, I'm gonna stay out here and make sure nothing gets past me. And John's like, nah, don't bother me. We have doors and windows to see if anything's going on. We're all good. And Lobov's like, Yeah, nah, but I feel like I'm going to be the start of a series of coincidences that is going to lead to your friend dying. And John's like, wanna bet? So Lobov stays out here. So Sasha and Connie grab John. Sasha says there is 6 confirmed deaths. And John says, I see, shit. Then Flock shouts,
敵に与えた損害と比べてみろよ。大勝利だ。我ら新生エルディア帝国の初陣は大勝利だぞ。
Flock is just completely right here, and is just being a good leader. 6 deaths to achieve so much is a huge victory in every sense of the word. Coincidentally, the airship goes straight above Gabby and Falco. Gabby runs to it and hits the jammiest shot of all time on my top man Lobov. Rest in peace. You will be missed. No scope sliding against a guy flying high up in the air attached to a moving blimp, the very start of Phase Gabby. Lobov should just hang from mid-air, but for some unknown reason his ODM gear completely extends, bringing him to the ground, still attached. This allows Gabby to come up with the most genius and logical plan of going up to the airship on the ODM gear, and then... what? Shoot at best like 2 randoms? I get Gabby is utterly brainwashed and wants revenge, but I also thought she's meant to be somewhat smart. Isn't that what our whole stunt in episode 1 was to show? I really think Gabby's logic of revenge should be to eventually inherit the Armor Titan and get revenge that way. But no, she chooses essentially suicide. Falco knows what she's planning and just kinda stands there and yells at her. He never tries to grab her and pull her away. Then Colt shows up and Gabby presses the trigger on the ODM gear and Falco holds onto her. Then the thing happens. Okay, let's look at everything that had to line up for this situation to occur. So firstly, Lobov had to stay outside the blimp, which I don't really get. Then Gabby and Falco had to come across the blimp. Then Gabby had to hit this crazy shot and have somehow nobody hear this shot, even though the door's wide open. Then Lobov's ODM gear had to for some reason release his wire, so Lobov falls to the ground. Then Gabby has to be stupid enough with this suicidal ridiculous plan, which I think is simply too stupid to be in character. Then even though John for some reason thinks Lobov came aboard, they had to leave a door open. Nobody had to have been watching the door, even though John, Connie and Sasha were on it just before. Then I guess the last thing that had to happen was Sasha to be the one killed, when it could have just been any nameless soldier. Now, that is a lot of coincidences and contrivances to kill off a character and get Gabby and Falco involved in the plot, and it ain't like Gabby and Falco are gonna play a small part in the plot either. Anyway, fuck them kids. Peak says she recognizes Yelena from 3 years ago in an inspection of the first survey fleet to go to Paradis, and she was interested in her in particular because she is one of Zeke's followers. Now, her remembering this is actually going to become vital for the plot later, so I'll talk about how much it makes sense now. First, I think it's weird for Pete to be doing an inspection on the ships going to Paradis in the first place. That doesn't feel like it should be her job, and I guess Yelena's looks do stick out more than maybe any others, so maybe she'd remember what she looks like, but she says she's a follower of Zeke. What does this mean? Does Zeke have a fan club? Why would Yelena make it public how much she loves Zeke when her and Zeke are betraying Marley? Levi and Zeke are flirting with each other, and I guess you could wait till you get back to Paradis before you start asking Zeke some proper questions, but pretty soon you simply need to ask him stuff, like why did you do all that shit in season 2 and 3, if you're betraying Marley now? What's exactly your goal? And if he somehow gave some logical answers, maybe you could start to trust him. Anyway, Eren says we killed the Marley brass and destroyed their port and fleet, and that should buy them some time. Yeah, true. Then Henry replies, are we blaming Eren for this? That was gonna happen regardless. He wasn't a hostage. He made a plan which he trusted you to fulfill. The plan worked pretty flawlessly with only 6 deaths, till you retards let Sasha die. I mean, I get why you would lose a little trust. Eren went against orders. But again, you all have to admit what Eren's plan just achieved. But I guess the egos of you people aren't letting you admit it. Yup, pretty much. Sasha, dead. Fuck off. Sasha died because you guys are bad at your job and you let a 12-year-old child up on the airship. Do not blame Eren for that. He has enough on his shoulders. Anyway, you guys are scouts. When Erwin asked you, would you die if I told you to, you all said yes. So don't go blaming Eren for this, when what he did just helped save humanity inside the walls. Remember, the world, as in everybody except you guys, has their guns set on mowing everybody down in Power D. Yes, you guys might have to be prepared to sacrifice your lives for the greater good, like you've always done, because you are the scouts. Aight, so that's the end of the Marley arc. Now we are going back in time for a little while. Honestly, it's all kinda boring. I'll try to get through it quick. At the end of Season 3, Power D are kinda completely screwed. The world will inevitably come to fuck them up, and if the world is stupid enough to not be scared of a rumbling, then that would be pretty soon. Power D can't really leave. They have no proper ships, and if they could leave, what the hell are they gonna do? Call up Willy and arrange some peace talks? Sure thing, bro. Out of the blue, some Malayan ships show up to, I guess, spy. Spy what exactly? I don't fucking know. So Power D thanked them for the ships, but then it turns out there is some anti-Marleyan volunteers on the ships. But how did they get to be on these ships, getting sent to Power D?
情報などと呼べるような代物ではありません。マーレに故郷を奪われ、兵士として徴用された我々はとても非力で。
Is this like a real thing? Am I stupid? Because it just doesn't make sense to me. How can a country recruit people as soldiers who hate them because they stole their homes? Wouldn't that just lead to coups and shit? But then, think about this mission in particular. Marley just gets some random bozos from a captured land to spy on Power D, the country with the Colossal Titan and the fucking Founding Titan, which people assume can do the fucking rumbling. Of course these guys are going to betray you and switch sides. They'd be fucking retarded not to. Obviously, they are not going to be on your side in the first place. How are Marley so painfully stupid? Anyway, they are here on Power D and apparently are teamed up with Zeke, and the anti-Marleyan volunteers' self-proclaimed goal is to free the Eldian people. Wow, Power D have scored real lucky. But wait, I thought Zeke was a cunt, but now he wants to free them? It's almost like his character doesn't make any sense. Either way, Power D should really try to get to the bottom of that one. So, Zeke hooks up Power D with their soul-friendly nation known as Hizuru. You'd think that would at least get Power D to start trusting Zeke a bit, or at least trust one of his two personalities if they assume he has multi-personality disorder. Something real quick about the volunteers is Power D don't seem to trust them.
エレン、1年前君に船ごと担ぎ上げられて以来ですね。これからよろしくお願いします。
いや、今後もお前らとの接触はない。顔を見せたのは最大限の譲歩だ。
Why wouldn't you let them see Eren? They are a godsend to you guys. Why are you treating them like trash? Like, sure, be somewhat suspicious of anyone coming to your island. But come on, do a full body check for guns, then let them see Eren. What's the problem? Then Kiyomi Azumabito, some big shot from his place, is like, yo, Mikasa, our lost lord came to Power D 100 years ago. That tattoo means you're like his final descendant. Although, forget about all that. Because it doesn't matter that Wit Studio didn't bother with it in the first 3 seasons. Because whatever it means for you and Hizuru, it doesn't actually matter. This plot point was completely worthless. And Mikasa's like, word. Anyway, what do we know about this nation called Hizuru? Like, what's its population? And how much landmass does it have? What's its political power in the world? What stage is their technological advancement at? How big is its military? They are apparently Paradisa's only friends, but what does that really mean? Do they care about Eldians? Do their leaders care? Does their general population care? If they were so loving to Eldians, wouldn't all the Eldians in the world be struggling to try to get to Hizuru? All these questions will be answered. At no point in the rest of the story. Just some classic world building of Season 4 of AOT. Kiyomi reveals Zeke's secret 3-stage plan. Let's take a look. First, do a test run of a rumbling to show off its power. Secondly, Hizuru will strengthen Paradise's military until the use of a rumbling isn't necessary. And lastly, the Founding Titan and a Titan with royal blood must be passed down. Zeke will pass down a Beast Titan to Historia, and until their 13-year term ends, Historia must bear as many children as possible. They will continue this cycle until Paradise's technology is the same as the outside. In a manga, their guess is 50 years. Okay, the main issue with this is even if Paradis can catch up to the technology of the outside world, that doesn't mean shit. If they don't have the rumbling, then the outside world will eventually wipe out Paradis. That is inevitable as long as the world wants them dead, which seems to be never going away. Like, good luck stopping the world from killing you. Paradis would need to make peace with the world before the world is able to stop the full rumbling, which could be possible if the world wasn't cartoonishly evil. Also, no one realizes that there is two people with royal blood, Historia and Zeke, so why does Historia need to be the one making the babies? Hey, I'm just being practical here. If they want loads of people with royal blood, then Zeke should go full on Genghis Khan on these motherfuckers and start plowing into everyone. Seriously, that's a lot more practical than risking your last person with royal blood with multiple childbirths. Hey, I'm just saying, I know for a fact Yelena would be down and ready for that shit. The least Zeke could do is pop a couple out with her before he heads off into the next world. And hey, don't shoot the messenger. It was Isayama that made up this weird fucking story, okay? There is also a looming option, which I don't think the story, and so the characters, know is an option. Armin could also be fed to Historia, and then the rumbling can be used that way. They don't have any Titan serum, but if they did, then Zeke is not actually needed to use the Founding Titan's powers. Speaking of Armin, where the fuck was this guy? He didn't even meet any of the guys from Hizuru. Look, he ain't here. And he didn't even go to the big ass meeting. I thought Armin would be the first person to want to meet the soul-friendly nation of Paradis. What could Brother possibly be doing instead? Well, we may find out later. So, sometime after this Hizuru meeting, Connie says,
確かに今はヒーズルからの回答を待つしかないからな。
answer what? Did we miss some sort of proposal? If so, why didn't we hear it?
ヒーズルを介して世界との対話を図るんだ。それで地ならしに頼らずヒストリアが辛い目に遭わなくて済むんなら、藁でもすがるしかねえよ。
Okay.
たった今、アズマ人から返事が来た。
それで
ダメだった。ヒーズル国は取り付く島もないようだ。やはりヒーズルはパラディ島の資源を独占取引したいのだから、他国との貿易に協力などしない。
So your plan was to trade this super energy, Ice Burst Stone, which Hizuru was interested in, to the outside world. Do you guys even know if the world knows about this stone? Maybe you don't want to make a big deal about it, because that would just be an additional reason for the world to invade you. And more importantly, that's just that with Hizuru? No bargaining? Surely the only friendly nation to you is unbelievably important. Why not ask to go to Hizuru and figure out some plans of diplomacy? I don't get why Hizuru are suddenly out of the picture when they are Paradise's only hope for any kind of peace with anyone.
世界はパラディ島が災いの種であり続けることを望んでいる。それが国々の団結を促し、世界の安定を担保するからだ。
I don't even buy this working as a concept, and in reality, it doesn't seem to be working, at least with Marley. But if that's truly the sentiment of the world, then I don't see how peace is ever going to be on the table. And if everyone knows about this whole Paradis being the root of all evil, then I don't get how no one would be mentioning doing a full rumbling on the whole world. Surely people should be talking about that as an option, if it's truly the only way to save Paradis.
じゃあ俺たちは地ならしに頼るしかなくて、ヒストリアの犠牲は避けられないってことですか？
そうなる。
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Levi's down with Zeke's plan, and so I assume generally Paradis are as well. I mean, sure, if they can't make peace with the world, then they do need to be able to use the rumbling.
私たちが何者かわからないから恐れている。
そうだ。 顔の見えない相手なんかを信用するわけにはいかないからね。だから会いに行こう。わからないものがあれば理解しに行けばいい。それが調査兵団だろ。
マーレに拠点を設けて潜入か。
So after somehow simply making a base in Marley, what are you going to do? They must know this plan is a complete shot in the dark. I don't understand why they wouldn't try to keep working with Hizuru. That seems way more reasonable than going to Marley with a lack of a proper plan. Anyways, we know how the whole making peace plan worked out, so now let's jump to the present. Okay, for some reason Eren is in jail, and Zeke is being sent to stay in the forest. But why? I do think currently Paradis can hold out against enemy attacks, but it's not a sure thing, and they do need some defensive strategies. Although if the outside world does invent some proper bombs, which is apparently pretty soon, then Paradis are pretty fucked. What I'm getting at is the world just declared war on you, and so you need to be able to use the rumbling. The time for peace talks is out. Zeke's plan of keeping someone with a founding titan and a titan with royal blood is your only option to survive any real amount of time, other than a full-on rumbling. You guys seem to understand this, as when Hizuru left, Eren asked if Zeke's plan is the only option, and Levi said yes. Now, everyone seems to not trust Zeke at all, which is fair enough. However, he has clearly betrayed Marley, and so I don't get what you think he's going to do. Now we know he has this so-called euthanasia plan, but something like this is way too outlandish and seemingly impossible for anyone on the island to consider. Now, certain people in Paradis were thinking of instantly betraying Zeke and instantly feeding him to Historia, but now Historia is pregnant, so they don't want to risk Historia or her baby dying by the Titan ritual. But the thing is, Paradis still doesn't even know whether doing a rumbling is possible, or maybe it requires a load of practice. They don't really know anything about it. Do they really want their queen to take the Beast Titan if there's a chance a rumbling is impossible? Well, it's between that or letting Eren and Zeke try to do the rumbling. I do think Zeke's character is somewhat untrustworthy because he's fundamentally badly written, so it kinda confuses the plot, but Eren is obviously on your side. Considering Eren was able to control the Titans when he touched Dino Titan, it would make sense for Eren being the one who can control the Founding Titan. So I don't see why you guys aren't just letting Eren and Zeke try to use the Founding Titan's powers. But you're not only not letting them do that, but you're doing this elaborate scheme of not letting them meet. And even if I grant you that you shouldn't let them meet, why is Zeke being kept in a forest? Why would you not put him in some basement? And Jesus Christ, have some conversations with the guy. Try to get to the bottom of this shit. You could tie Eren and Zeke up and then have a discussion with the both of them. Why are you acting like they are the enemy when they just betrayed and utterly destroyed your actual enemies? Okay, so Yelena brings Pixis Titan Serum they brought from Marley. I guess Yelena managed to steal this with help from Zeke whilst the fighting was happening. I guess that's fair enough, but how does Yelena still have it? They all left on the same airship. She would have just put it down there, and then when they landed back in Paradis, Paradis would have just took it. So yeah, that's weird. And then Pixis and his men pull their guns on Yelena and co. And Pixis says, for us to suspect you. What are you suspecting them of? Please tell me. I mean, he says, we have to keep Zeke on a tight leash. But yeah, please give one thing you actually suspect these people who are saving your entire nation's asses to have done or to be doing.
鏡に向かって話しかけてたの？ねえ、戦え、戦えって。ねえ、戦え、戦えって言ってたんだよね。戦え、戦えって。何と戦うの？
Do you really not know what he could mean by saying fight? Do you not remember how the whole world just declared war on you guys? Stop acting so obtuse at the guy who is trying to save you at any cost necessary.
その髪型、かっこいいと思うよ、私は。ちょっと乱れてる感じなんか、頑張って無造作に見えるような努力が伝わってくるし。
何しに来たんですか？
何って、話しに来たんだよ。
Jesus Christ, Hanji, act your fucking age and profession. It's so cringe.
君と焦燥感を共にしたつもりだった。でも、君がなぜ単独行動に出て、この島を危機に追い込んだのかがわからない。
To be fair, Eren going to Marley with you guys in the first place put the island in danger.
もう、ヒストリアはどうなってもよかったのかい？
The world is invading you. Paradis needs to be able to use the rumbling, or they will just get fucked. So yes, unless Hanji wants to go with a full rumbling, which hey, fair enough. Passing down the Titans is the only way to die a little slower than you would otherwise.
潜水の巨人を食いました。俺はいつでも好きな時にここを出られる。
That's a good point. I kind of wonder why he doesn't leave earlier.
教えてくださいよ、ハンジさん。他のやり方があったら教えてくださいよ。
Man, Eren hard carries season 4. Yes, Hanji, I would love to hear your magical solution, but of course you don't have any.
エルヴィン、あんたの唯一の失策だ。なんで私なんか団長にしたんだよ。
Best thing Hanji's gonna say in season 4. And now, brace yourselves for the greatest character introduction in all of cinema. The man, the myth, the legend, the GOAT. He throws rocks. He impregnates royalty. He wears a hat. That's right, it's Farmer-kun. Oh yeah, and this bitch no one cares about from the first 3 seasons. Boo, get off the stage. You guys up to see 4 bozos, I would say on the verge of getting character assassinated? Yes? Well, you're in luck.
義勇兵の拘束か。まさかピクス司令がそんな強攻策に出るとはな。
調査兵団は彼らと距離が近いから事前に知らされなかったらしい。
Okay, so the scouts aren't the ones who decided all this. You guys do know you're the strongest soldiers, right? And if Eren and Levi choose to be on the same team, you can literally get everything you want.
そうせざるを得ないだろうな。
Oh, never mind, you agree with all of this.
そして突然ジークの計画に乗ったエレン。
You guys aren't on board with Zeke's plan? Then what the fuck is your plan? Enlighten me, please.
ジークと接触して何を話したのか、真相は本人たちにしかわからない。
That's typically how conversations between only 2 people work. But why are you so suspicious? And why don't you try asking them anything if you are?
なあ、お前らにはあれがエレンに見えたか？
Good point, Connie. He did look a little different. He was running the whole hobo look. Very observant.
俺は違うと思う。あいつはエレンじゃない。
Well, it was.
もしあいつが俺たちじゃなく腹違いの兄貴の方につくことがあるなら。
Why are you assuming those are separate things?
あるならどうするの？
俺たちは奴を切る覚悟をしておく必要。
Whoa, hold the phone, matey. What? What? Explain yourself. Also, good luck with trying to cut Eren down. He ain't exactly fragile.
奴を切る覚悟をしておく必要がある。
そんなことさせない！
お前もそっちにつくのかよ、ミカサ。
Side him with what exactly? He's a little hostile to the people who want to genocide his home. That's kind of reasonable to me.
エレンは誰よりも私たちを思っている。みんなも分かっているはず。きっとその思いが強すぎたから。
それは違うぞ。かつてのあいつはいくらお前が強くても前線から遠ざけようとするやつだった。だがアルミンに軍港を破壊させお前を戦場に呼んだ。
しかし、
おい！いい加減にしろミカサ。お前までおたついてんじゃねえ。人類滅亡の危機だぞ。何てめえの勝手な都合を押し付けてんだ。
かつてのあいつはいくらお前が強くても前線から遠ざけようとするやつだった。
しかし、
おい！
What is this rewriting of history? If Eren didn't want Mikasa to be in danger, then he wouldn't have joined the Survey Corps, knowing Mikasa will follow. Mikasa has always been on the front lines, and Eren has never mentioned anything about it. This comment is just bizarre.
あいつが大事だと言った俺もコニーもサシャもだ。
それは私たちが信頼されてるから。実際、私たちが行かなければ何もできなかった。
サシャが死ぬこともなかっただろうな。
I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I have to, because yes, he put you in the fight to fight back against the world who just declared war on you. What is not to get? You guys are the scouts. When Erwin said, "Would you die if I commanded it?" you all said yes. Sasha willingly risked her life for the greater good of humanity inside the walls. You people used to understand this. Sacrifice for the greater good. Also, Sasha died because you guys suck at your job.
サシャが死んだ時エレンはどうしたと思う？涙を流したと思うか？悔しがったと思うか？笑いやがった。一体何がそんなにおかしかったんだろうな。サシャが死んだことのどこが？
Connie for sure can feel a sort of way about Eren, quote unquote, laughing. But come on, it's pretty obvious it wasn't just some high school girl giggle. He obviously was sad.
説明してくれよ、ミカサ。なんでエレンは笑ったのか。エレンのことは何でもわかるんだろう。
Yes, Mikasa, he's setting this up perfectly for you. Rummage through that apparent brain of yours and see the light. You remember Hannes' death, yes? Where Eren laughed hysterically as some sort of coping mechanism at the desperation and hopelessness of it all. Hey, maybe Sasha's death is kinda like that.
エレンのことは何でもわかるんだろう。エレンと話そう。
Fuck, she just said nothing. Better luck next time, I guess.
僕とミカサと3人だけでエレンの真意を確かめるんだ。
Okay, we're getting somewhere, Armin. Although it's kinda insane how you haven't said anything when Connie literally said you guys might have to murder Eren.
話し合ってどうする？もしジークと同じ目的だったら。
Yeah, and what if Zeke's goal is the same as Eren's? Like, what if Zeke, the one who just betrayed Marley, is actually on you guys' side?
巨人化の薬を入手した兵団には選択肢がある。まさか信頼できる他の誰かを巨人にしてエレンの始祖を継承する選択だ。
Now this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
Yup, character assassination. Thinking about killing Eren should not even touch any of your minds, especially fucking Armin's. It's insane. It's all so backwards. Eren doing his attack on Marley should only make him seem more pro-Paradis, obviously. You guys are the ones questioning whether killing the enemy was a good idea or not. If anyone can't be trusted, it's you guys. Please tell me what you think Eren's plans could be, which aren't in the best interest of saving Paradis. And Armin, what happened to you, man? You used to be smart, knowledgeable, and be able to understand people's motives and the situation of the world. Now you've become a useless dimwit. None of you should be this stupid. None of you should be questioning why Eren did the Marley attack, because it is fucking obvious. And most of all, none of you should be thinking about killing your friend. You are all chum. Bottom of a barrel. Chum. Also, how the fuck will you go about actually trying to kill Eren? Okay, so Gabby's faking dying in her jail cell. Surely this guard knows that despite being children, they are dangerous and shot and killed a soldier. But he walks right in on his own for Gabby to smack him in the head with a brick, which somehow the guard didn't notice either. Then Jesus fuck! Then they simply walk right out of the prison. Where are they? Why are they in the backwoods? Was there seriously only a single guard in a small prison? Why aren't they just in Stohess or something? Shouldn't they be being questioned?
This doesn't make any sense.
And these stupid kids are going to have a huge part to play in the plot. Then Gabby refuses to take her armband off, even though it will give her away. She is beyond brainwashed and stupid. Then they come across a stranger who happens to be the girl who Sasha saved and who happens to take him to Sasha's dad. What a coincidence. So then Kiyomi comes in and brings a flying boat, which she will use to view the partial rumbling. Wow, that's kinda random. I wonder if this thing will bring huge consequences on the plot. So, the public have found out about Eren being imprisoned and they aren't happy about it, as they shouldn't be.
全てはエルディア国民みんなのためだ。
It turns out Flock was the one who leaked the info about Eren, because he's a hero of the people, goddammit.
なんでそんなことを？
エレンを解放すべきだからです。彼は何も間違ったことをしていない。途方もなく巨大な敵に立ち向かい、勝利を手に入れた。その勝利とは地ならしという圧倒的な力であり、我々の生存権です。エレンは我々神聖エルディア帝国国民全員の命を救いました。
Flock is completely right and seems to be the most base guy around.
その地ならしが期待通りに機能して我々を救う保証は何もないんだよ。
I agree, but it's the best chance you got of not dying.
言ってしまえば人から聞いた話に過ぎない。
That's going a bit far though, considering Zeke said it's possible, and Eren controlled Titans at the end of Season 2.
言ってしまえば人から聞いた話に過ぎない。
エレンを牢に閉じ込めているままだからでしょう。
True. Let's go Flock, let's go Flock.
このまま無意に時間を消費する余裕が我々にあるのでしょうか。このままでは先の大勝利が無駄に終わります。この国を導くのはエレン・イェーガーです。今すぐ彼を解放してください。
Preach, brother, preach.
君が正しいのかもしれないね。形はどうであれ、私はジークの作戦を完遂するとの決断を下した。全ては私の責任だ。だからこれ以上勝手な真似は許されない。君たちはエレンの情報を外に漏らした罪で裁かれる。この4人を懲罰房へ。
What? You can't just say therefore and expect what you say to make sense. Flock just completely rolled you over backwards in this debate, and your answer is chuck him in jail. Who's meant to be the fascist one here? Then Mikasa talks to this girl from Season 1, who is with Flock. Small world. And Mikasa is just so rude, man. What is this? It's so cringe and anime and stupid. But seeing as Marjo's brat in pain is something at least.
なんでこんなことに。これが悪魔の仕業。
いや、馬の仕業だと思うぞ。
This tone is so strange after Gabby brutally murdered this guy.
罪を受け入れてないようですね。この島の民が世界に対して残虐非道の限りを尽くした歴史をお忘れですか。エルディア人一人一人が罪の自覚を正しく持つことで、ようやく贖罪への道が開かれるのですよ。
Dude, I can't with Gabby. Why the fuck is she saying this? Why does she want to die? I thought she's meant to be the best warrior candidate. This horse is smarter than her.
今、なんて言いました？
君たちはマーレから来たんでしょ。
What? How on earth did she figure that one out? This fucking psychopathic lunatic instantly goes to kill her. Dude, no one can get brainwashed this hard. I don't believe it. And then, blah blah, this is the girl who Sasha saved, blah blah blah. Gabby might be finally realizing these people aren't all evil. Wow. In a base in Marley.
巨人の死骸を調べた結果、爆破され粉々になったジークの体が部分的に見つかった。だが足りない。見つかる部位はどれも両腕両足のものだ。我々を欺くために自らを亡き者と装ったんだ。
From that, the logic should be that Parody are capturing him alive to gain another Titan. But then, as I mentioned a while ago, even though I think it's a little bullshit, Peak recognized Yelena, and she knew she was a fan of Zeke, so maybe it's a fine assumption to think Zeke is betraying Marley. However, on the other hand, he has been only loyal to Marley for however many years. So, I don't know. Either way, it's kinda insane to me how everyone instantly accepts this as truth.
半年ですか。ファルコとガビの救出も半年後でしょうか。
For fuck's sake, Gabby and Falco are also the cause for them to quickly go to Paradis.
あの二人は最も優秀な戦士候補生です。失えばマーレにとっても大きな痛手になるかと。
Dude, no way they are actually that valuable.
次の戦士候補生の育成にも相当な時間がかかりますしね。
They should have other kids there training. Maybe they just want to save them and it's not a real tactical reason.
だがマーレの力のみでパラディ島を攻めても以前のように返り討ちに遭うだけだ。世界連合軍の集結を待つ。
That is very, very true.
ジークもそう考えるでしょう。大打撃を受けたマーレ軍、すぐさま攻勢に転じることはないと。そして半年後に潰されるのを策もなしにただ待っている人でもない。世界連合軍を待ってはいられません。今すぐにパラディ島を奇襲すべきです。
Dude, Paradis have been presumably working on defensive strategies for 4 years. Zeke being there is just another huge benefit. This logic is insane. Why even do a declaration of war if you guys are just gonna fight them yourselves? Also, a gigantic elephant in the room is the rumbling. If you attack, what if Eren rumbles the world? Do you not care? I think this damages every character in this room, especially Reiner, who is really the only character I give a shit about. So I didn't mention Armin telling his life story to Annie, but that is strange, but nothing compared to this.
お客さん、その子はお触り厳禁なんですけど。違うな、これは教授の記憶というのは接触がきっかけになることが多くあって、何か重大な情報が手に入るかもしれなくて、決してやましいことを考えていたわけじゃないんだよ。そりゃ男の子だもん。兄の重大な情報が気になるのもわかるわ。僕が悪かったから入場禁止だけはどうか。
Why is Armin acting so damn defensive? Is he in love with the potential corpse of a psychopath who helped destroy his home and kill thousands and thousands of people, who tried to take his best friend away with her to then kill him, who yo-yoed his fellow scouts with a smile on her face? I'm not convinced Armin's thinking with his head for this one. I think he might be thinking with something else. Although Annie is cocooned, so I don't fucking know. And dude, your best friend, who is the most important figure in the whole world, is currently in jail. Some crazy shit is going on. You somehow seem to be somewhat down with killing him already. But come on, try and do something, man. Who the fuck is this guy anymore? Dude is the Colossal Titan and was meant to be the somewhat successor to Erwin. His life was traded for Erwin's. Do you have no shame? I thought Armin's character arc after season 3 would be doing everything in his power to try to compete with Erwin's legacy. Working all day every day, thinking all day every day to try and prove Erwin's death wasn't in vain. To me, this was so clearly the logical way to go with Armin's character. But I guess I can see that Armin's character should be creepily watching Annie do nothing all day in the most important time of anyone's lives. What has this show become? Why can't they disclose that? At least the public are on Eren's side. So Armin and Mikasa then go to ask Premier Zachary if they can see Eren. He says no, and that Eren has been manipulated by Zeke. What does he really mean by this? Either Zeke is on your side, so it wouldn't matter, or he's on Marley's side, and then there's just no way that Eren Jaeger, of all people, is on Marley's side. Armin and Mikasa fucking buy this somehow.
Eren はどうなりますか？それは。
なんでもない。置き場に困ったものを先ほど新兵に運ばせたの。
Am I crazy, or is there an implication that he's gonna strap Eren up to his fucking ass poop whatever fucking chair? If so, good luck with that, my friend. I'm sure the attack founding Warhammer Titan shifter with a willpower of 100 men will just let you do that. Man, this chair and Zachary is my biggest issue and the single thing I hate most about the first 3 seasons of AOT. I bet a lot of people blocked it out their brain for good reason, because whatever the fuck this chair does, it is beyond disgusting and I don't want to think about it. Zachary is the most sick fuck around, and it's very weird how nobody mentions it. I want to know why this shit was needed in the story, and more importantly, I want to know why this evil fuck is still in office. If Armin's theory is meant to be true, then I'm gonna say the same thing as strapping Eren into the damn chair. Good luck feeding Eren to someone, even if you get Levi on your side. Good luck, man. Thank the Lord, this evil fuck is finally dead. Woo, yeah.
ザックレー総統の私物である特注の椅子、これに爆弾が仕掛けられていたと見ている。
Fitting way to go out.
あの椅子は新兵に運ばせたと総統は申しておりました。調査兵団です。
Way to tattletale, Armin.
このエルディア帝国を救えるのはお前しかいない。エレン・イェーガー。 ジークの居場所を特定する。
Man, this looked cooler in the trailer.
今回直接の引き金となったのは兵団がエレンから始祖を移そうと画策していたからだろう。我々に何の知らせもなく。
How the fuck did they plan on doing this? Are they fucking stupid? So the Jaegerists stopped these dimwits from the military from trying to kill Eren. Please, scouts, all the characters we've known, surely now you guys should swap sides and side with the Jaegerists. They have done nothing wrong. But alas.
ピクシス司令、相当失った今、我々を束ね統率することができるのはあなただけです。
Armin, you are absolute scum and a horrific friend.
これはもうわしらの負けじゃ。エレンに降参しよう。
Okay, kinda base Pixis.
これで数百、数千の同志が殺し合わずに済むのなら。安かろう。
This goofy ass animation is proof that all these losers share the same brain cell.
まさか相当を殺したエレンに協力するなんてな。
Fuck you, Connie. You just heard that the Premier was trying to feed Eren to someone else. Actually, fuck you. Eren would risk his life to save any of you fuckers if the roles were reversed.
まだエレンがやったと決まったわけじゃない。
声が大きいぞミカサ。俺たちはイエーガー派じゃねえのかって疑われてんだぞ。
実際どうなんだよミカサ。お前は。
私とアルミンはあの爆発に巻き込まれるところだったと言った。これでもわからないの。
Mikasa, you too? I thought you wanna protect Eren more than anything else. I hate all of you.
では全てをエレンとジークに委ねることに問題はないとお考えですか？
Would that be so bad, John? Jesus Christ, none of you have any actual opinions. You're all garbage friends, and just garbage human beings. Okay, how the fuck is Pete here? Is there no security on the walls? Is she just homeless, or what?
いつまでも時間があると思っているなら間違いだと伝えろ。
それだけは同じ意見だ。
So Levi should be a Jaegerist, right?
本当にこんなところにマーレの捕虜が働いてるの？本当だから堂々としててよ。兵士もよく利用するところなの。
マーレ人の知り合いができるだけでも心強いよ。
How is he gonna be able to help? They are stuck on the island. I don't get the plan here. Really big coincidence how everyone is just in the same place.
ああ、俺たちだって美味しい思いしたっていいだろう。ちょっとくらい。
本当に触るな。
Way to be subtle, Niccolo. Jesus.
これはエルディア人にはもったいない代物なんだよ。
Niccolo, this doesn't help them not drink the wine. Are you stupid?
誰か殺したか。
はい、仕留めました。
お前がサシャを殺したのか。
This wine getting in Falco's mouth is going to have huge implications later, and it's all built on wild coincidences. The first Marleyan soldier they talk to being Niccolo, him having the wine on hand, him deciding to smack the wine at Gabby instead of just punching her, and then Falco getting some wine in his mouth. And as we've later learned, a tinsy drop being enough to make him into a titan. Great. Niccolo is just being a pretty trash human being here. Like they are kids who he knows were indoctrinated to hate Eldians on the island. He's even threatening to kill Falco, who obviously wasn't even the one who killed Sasha. I do like Sasha's dad.
近くイエーガー派の要求通りエレンをジークの元まで案内する手はずとなっております。
ピクシスがおとなしく従うって？
お察しの通り、あくまでも指令は堅実な構えです。
エレンを他のやつに食わせるつもりなんだろう。俺たちの手で。
Pixis, you slippery bald man. Wait, were you expecting Levi and 25 bozos to take on Zeke and Eren and the Jaegerists? Sorry, despite Levi being a hard carry, that still ain't enough.
ふざけるな。冗談じゃねえ。巨人に食わせるべきクソ野郎は他にいる。
Okay, unless this is some bad translation in the anime, it seems like Levi is saying they should have killed Eren, right? But in the manga, don't make me laugh. If there's anyone we should feed to a titan, it's that piece of shit. So Levi seems anti-killing Eren, which makes so much more sense.
あんたたちの大切な仲間を殺したのは私。監視を石でめった打ちにしたのも私。
No, you killed the guard, Missy. Eren's so fucking cool.
その申し出は断りました。 我々は兵団と交渉しない。エレンの判断です。ピクシス司令は我々に島の命運を委ねるような賭けはしない。我々を道案内する道中でエレンから始祖を奪う算段を立てるのに今頃大忙しでしょう。
妄想が過ぎるよ。
Eren Flock and the Jaegerists are still 100% justified. You motherfuckers are trying to kill Eren for no substantial reason, with no evidence. It's like the coup in Season 3. The Jaegerists are currently on the right side of history against you lying, sneaky scumbags.
ジークの脊髄液が混入したワインが兵団内で振る舞われた。我々はジークの計画に踊らされているんだよ。
だとしてもバカな憲兵どもがでかいバカになるだけでしょ。
Too cold, Flock, I love ya.
憲兵団が飲まされたとは言ってないぞ。まさかあんたたちワインのこと知ってたの？
This man is just built different. The audacity. The goddamn audacity. Aight, now for the very confusing table scene, where Eren is sometimes lying, but sometimes telling the truth. And it's very confusing where and when.
いいえ、あなたは操られている。あなたは敵国とはいえ、関係のない人々や子供を巻き込むような人じゃない。
How unbelievably naive.
アルミ、お前はまだ兄のところに通っているだろう。それは本当にお前の意志か。記憶が人を形成するのなら、お前の一部はベルトルトになっちまったんだよ。敵国兵に恋心を抱く。敵国兵にな。アルミ、お前の脳はベルトルトにやられちまった。敵に操られているのはお前の方だろうが。
Titan shifters are pretty clearly not affected by having past memories, to a point where their character actually starts becoming more like previous Titan users. However, with Armin, that would explain his strange feelings for Annie. It's such a weird coincidence that Bertolt also had a crush on her. If this memory stuff is true for Armin, he would be such an exception to the rule. So instead, I'm just going to assume he's just that much more horrifically written. Bertolt's memories aren't affecting him much, and I guess Eren is lying here. Also, in the manga, Eren says, "You, an advisor to Eldia, holder of one of the 9 Titans. You weren't soft like this before. You never backed the enemy. Your judgment always led us to an answer. But now, all you can say is, let's talk. You're absolutely useless." It's so hilarious how Eren puts why I think Armin's character is so atrocious in Season 4 better than I can. And then you realize all this shit is written by Isayama. Like, Isayama seems to be clearly aware how shit Armin's character is. There's a lot of layers going on here.
アッカーマン一族はエルディアの王を守る意図で設計されたんだよ。あの時お前は死に直面する極限状態の中で俺の命令を聞いた。戦えと。その瞬間、お前の本能が目を覚ましたんだろ。偶然俺を護衛すべき宿主だと錯覚したことで
Now
な。
this Eren must be lying about. Mikasa doesn't want to protect Eren because of Ackerman powers. She wants to protect him because she cares about him. This Ackerman logic would have to apply to Levi and Kenny as well, which it clearly doesn't.
力に目覚めたアッカーマンは突発性の頭痛を起こすことがよくあったらしい。本来の自分が宿主の護衛を強いられることに抵抗を覚えることで生じるらしいが、心当たりは？
Mikasa gets those headaches whenever something traumatic happens. She should be able to work out Eren ain't telling the truth here.
俺はガキの頃からずっとミカサ、お前が大嫌いだった。
Now, Eren is obviously lying here as well. He clearly cares about Mikasa. Take the end of Season 2. The question is, why is he lying? But first...
ミカサ、お前が大嫌いだった。
エレン！よくのミカサ！ミカサ。
Okay, now I am completely fucking confused. Please, I don't want this Ackerman bullshit to be real. It takes out any of the character's actual agency and simply doesn't make any sense up till now. So that being said, what the fuck is this? Why did Mikasa just do this? I don't buy any reason other than this Ackerman thing actually somewhat being real. But I don't want that. Also, Armin, you're meant to be the smart talking guy. How about we start with some logical arguments before physically assaulting Eren? This is why you should have just tried using that noggin of yours. Okay, Eren was a big meanie in this conversation. The question is why? I would say as he assumes he will commit the full rumbling in the future, he doesn't want his friends to blame themselves. He wants to separate himself from them to take as much weight off their shoulders as possible.
冗談じゃねえ。巨人に食わせるべきクソ野郎は他にいる。ジークの獣を他のやつに移す。イエーガー派とかいうのを一人でも捕らえて巨人にし、ジークを食わせてやれ。
Okay, maybe Levi wasn't talking about Eren. I still can't tell. The dialogue seems weird if he wasn't.
やはりヒゲ面野郎は俺たちの敵だった。それが判明した時点で、人質に手足をつけとく理由はねえよな。
I mean, Levi is going off a lack of information, and he obviously does hate Zeke. But even so, Levi does not know that Zeke is their enemy. That's just not true. That said, I think I can get on board with Levi chopping Zeke's limbs off as a safety measure.
長かった。エルヴィン、あの日の誓いをようやく果たせそうだ。お前たちの死には意味があった。それをようやく証明できる。
Dude, there already clearly was meaning in their deaths. You incapacitated Zeke, and that was enough for you guys to win the Battle of Shiganshina. You can try to argue that Levi would see it differently, but I just don't buy it. It's too irrational. And to be specific, Levi's promise to Erwin was that he will take down the Beast Titan. Well, he took him down, no? I'm not saying Levi shouldn't have any feelings to wanting to take revenge, because he should, but Levi's entire character trait from now is going to be wanting to kill Zeke, and that just doesn't make any sense. Oh dear. So the fight.
お別れだ、兵長。部下思いがあんたのことだ。多少大きくなったぐらいで何にも悪くない部下を切り殺したりなんかしないよな。
Zeke, you are a massive dongus if you actually believe that. What's really annoying is it's unclear that Ackermans can turn into titans, and Levi also didn't drink the wine, so we are still left in the dark on this. But I suppose it isn't Levi's character not to drink the wine, so I guess not revealing that here isn't a knock on the show. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I can excuse killing innocent people and turning them into titans, but I draw the line at anti-Semitism. Okay, so how I see it, there are two ways this fight could go. Either Levi plays it safe and kills the pure titans, which should let Zeke leave the forest in time, where Levi would have to slowly hunt down Zeke, as Zeke would be faster than him outside the forest. Or Levi would go after Zeke and either incapacitate him before he can transform, or he transforms and it would be Levi versus Zeke and 30 titans, which would be pretty even, but I think Levi would have the edge. Now, what actually happened is both of these scenarios were slapped together, and Levi took the safer option of killing the titans first, and somehow still had enough time to catch up with Zeke. I just don't think that should be possible, and either way, it's so boring. It's just Zeke underestimating how busted Levi is again, despite how much he got rolled in the previous fight. And then, what if I told you I don't think that this fight should ever have even happened? What should have happened is Zeke should have told Levi that if he screams, then all his comrades will get turned into titans. Say about his spinal fluid in the wine, and then just be like, I'm going, see ya. If you follow me, then I will scream, and you can say goodbye to all your buddies. I really think Levi would have to play by Zeke's rules here, and so Zeke would be able to get to Shiganshina to meet Eren without making Levi that much more revengeful. Now, why didn't Levi leave a Titan for feeding it Zeke? Levi's plan just before the fight was to feed Zeke to a Jaegeress, and then feed the Jaegeress to Historia after she gives birth. This requires a lot of steps and would be extremely tricky, and would require a Jaegeress life. But now, after some bad luck, Levi has a way to bring one of his homies back to life, and fulfill the plan for Historia to get the Beast Titan. All he had to do was leave one Titan and give it to Zeke. Now, it would be a little awkward for the guy he revives, because they would be alive for a few more months and then have to be fed to Historia, but it's a lot better than any alternatives. Levi should definitely be smart enough to figure out this plan as well. So Shardis is training new recruits to kill regular dummy titans because he's an idiot, I guess. Apparently, they don't even have an army which knows how to use firearms, which is pretty insane when the whole world is against you. Then Flock rolls up, and for the first time, except maybe when he helped beat up Gabi and Falco, he does something which isn't completely based. He tells the recruits to beat up Shardis, to beat out the old ways or something, or they go to prison. Everyone was probably down with the Jaeger's cause. I feel like doing this will just bring some people away from it. Not cool, Flock? But anyhow. Okay, the Thunder Spear incident. Even if, hypothetically, Levi's character didn't take any damage so far, this to me is a complete assassination of his character by the sheer stupidity of his plan. He wants Zeke alive, and while Zeke is unconscious and all burnt up, he attaches a Thunder Spear in his stomach, with the rope of it around his neck. If Zeke moves his neck enough, then the Thunder Spear blows up and Zeke is dead, and Levi pretty much is as well. What the fuck is this? Why the fuck is this? If Zeke just woke up and spasmed by accident, then it's GG. If Zeke just wanted to die because he's in too much pain, then it's GG. If there was a big enough bump on this road, then it's GG. If Zeke had arachnophobia and saw a spider on the cart and freaked the fuck out, then it's GG. What else do I even say? It's so stupid. Levi, but if his neck moves... Stop dissecting him. Do you want death? It's even edging us with showing the Thunder Spear keep jolting. This is all just beyond insane. There's not a solitary reason why Levi should be doing this with a Thunder Spear. Except, I guess, to write him out the story. Shit, I shouldn't have jumped the gun. First, Zeke's backstory. I can probably just speedrun the time he's a kid. It's pretty neat stuff for the most part. Life's bad, Grisha's bad, Zeke is bad, but throwing ball with this bloke is good. He sells out his parents. Not cool, bro. Then Zeke gets all grown up, late teens or something, I don't know. So the server bloke does Titan research, I assume by looking through past memory holders of different beast titans. Although we get nothing on how he actually does that and what that entails. The only times Eren retained memories is when he was in contact with Historia, Royal Blood, and when he got memories I assume triggered by Grisha's notebook. It wasn't the most consistent thing in the world, but it tried, goddammit. And just saying Server simply does this with no explanation is a complete cop-out and almost a retcon. Maybe if it was said that the Beast Titan has some special memory powers, I would buy it a little more, but it doesn't. But just move past it, I guess. He's gonna die soon and says he'll release a compilation of the things the founding Titan did to the subjects of Ymir, like rewriting memories, and something that Zeke is shocked about, changing the anatomy of their bodies, like preventing all Eldians from getting a certain disease. So Zeke and Server have seemingly been best buds for around 10 years, so I'm confused how this conversation would never have come up before. But anyway.
どうしてまた悪魔を生んだ? 始祖の巨人ならユミルの民が子供を産めなくすることもできるのかな?
I'm fine with this being Zeke's goal, but Jesus, he jumped on it quick. The founding Titan has the power to change the anatomy of castration. What? How about we chop everyone's dick and balls off? Wouldn't that be epic? Like, bro, slow down a bit.
エルディア人であることを隠したまま妻と暮らし子を作った。妻はマーレ人だったんだ。しかしいつまでも騙し通せるわけもなく、私がエルディア人だと知った妻は自分と息子の喉を裂いて死んだ。
That's rough, buddy.
But dude, you picked a pretty shitty wife. What did you like the most about her? The deep hatred she had to your bloodline? Or the commitment she had to her deep hatred of your bloodline? Wait, how did he become a warrior after pretending to be a Marleyan? How did he get out of that pickle?
付箋のちぎりを打ち破る方法だ。
You remember how the anime dodged the Marley knowing about the vouch for Nam's war allegations? Well, this is clearly implying they do know. So the whole initial invasion, and just the past lore in general, is back to making even less sense. At least it's never said the warriors know about this vow, so the whole thing of them doing it to save humanity is still there, I suppose, unlike the manga.
王家の血を引く巨人であれば、始祖の巨人の継承者と接触することにより、その能力を引き出すことができるはずだ。
Okay, the only way that Sava could know about this is that in his memories he saw it play out. I guess the Founding Titan could always only be used by people with royal blood, but sometime in the past, someone without royal blood had the Founding Titan, and someone else, I guess a royal, with the Beast Titan, touched, and then they used the Founding Titan's powers. This begs the question of how wouldn't the King Fritz who fled the walls not know about this? And if he did, then, Jesus, I ain't gonna bother getting into the implications of that. He already makes no fucking sense. It's just so contrived how Sava is the only person to know in the world about this way of getting past the vow to renounce war, and the only way he knows is memories. It's such a huge plot point built on this insane coincidence.
決定権は始祖の保有者に委ねられる。いわば君の役割は鍵だ。誰か信頼できる者に始祖を託すんだ。
Zeke is the key to the lock. Remember this for later. Also, it is just kind of ridiculous how they act like the euthanasia plan would just work. Like, okay, Sava says the Founding Titan cured a city of an illness, but getting rid of every Eldian being able to reproduce seems a little more drastic. Also, the word euthanasia is simply just wrong, so from now, I'll use the more accurate term of unimpregnantedness. I mean sterilization. Okay, at this point, Zeke's main goal should be finding an Eldian that agrees with his plan of sterilization. And then when Marley captures the Founding Titan, he can steal it, give it to his mate, well, not his mate, but his mate. Sorry about that one. And then do the whole plan. Honestly, I think he should be able to find someone who agrees with him and is willing to do it. Well, Zeke finds that person, but they are a fucking Marleyan, so the plan's off. For God's sake, Zeke, what are you playing at? Okay, so if Zeke couldn't find an Eldian who believes in his plan outside the walls, then maybe he should look within. So he goes in, does a little trawling, and then Reiner and Bertolt shows up. Okay, so he wants to save Eren. Maybe by coincidence, or by convincing him, Zeke can get Eren on his side with his sterilization plan. On the face of it, that doesn't seem likely. But maybe if you present yourself nicely and go up to him as a brother. Why do I even bother? Zeke, the one thing people don't like is when you mercilessly obliterate all their comrades with rocks. Okay, what Zeke should have done is swap sides after finding out that Eren has the founder. He should be like, my bad for season 2, I will reveal everything to you guys, to get you to forgive me. Then after buying everyone's trust, he could try to work with Eren. What was the goal for this, Zeke? If you won this fight, do you really think Eren is gonna come to your side and be like, yeah, chop my dick and balls off, Zeke, along with everyone else's dick and balls? Or is it gonna do, I don't know, the rumbling? I wonder. So from all this, yeah, Zeke is a garbage character. I don't know if Isayama knew he was gonna throw in the whole sterilization plan before season 4, but either way, it makes everything about Zeke's past actions make no sense, so his character makes no sense. Hobo Eren tells Zeke that his plan is A-OK and Zeke believes him. What a silly goose. Okay, then after this whole backstory, showing how committed Zeke is to his plan, he does this. You hope he watches you be a pussy and give up? Why would you want him to watch that? And Levi, don't act surprised, a bloody orangutan could have seen us coming. Zeke, you are looking real bad, I have to say, but to be honest, I'd expect you to look worse. The Thunder Spear was literally inside of you. At least your face is looking okay, but either way, you are going to die. Who's this bozo? Wait, what the fuck is happening? Did Zeke plan whatever this is? Find out next time. Maybe.
おい、もう十分だろ、ちゃん。 奴は完全にクソ野郎になっちまったってことだ。
You guys were down with killing him. You're the pieces of shit.
マーレを滅ぼして祖国の復讐を果たす。これがこの島に来た本当の目的だったんだろう。
Yeah, that's better than Paradis getting destroyed, right, John?
悪魔どもに肩入れして裏切ったのはお前だろ。悪魔の末裔の芋くせえ女なんぞに鼻の下伸ばしやがって。俺に毎晩あの女のこと聞かせやがって。あのバイタが死んで正気に戻るかと思った俺がバカだった。てめえ今なんつった。わかるように言ってやるよ。あのバイタは
Okay, so how come Miss Marleyan is so cartoonishly anti-Eldians, and yet is helping Yelena and the Jaegerists? Well, I can get on board with him helping with the wine, when Yelena brought it to him and Niccolo, and them assuming the wine has Zeke's spinal fluid in it. It makes sense that they would think Yelena was betraying Paradis, and actually on Marley's side. However, when Zeke arrives, and they find out he planned with Eren to betray Marley, wouldn't that become really suspicious? Shouldn't he realize that he's just helping another pro-Paradis faction to take power? Is he stupid?
包み隠さず全てをお話しします。世界を救うジークの秘策、安楽死計画の全て。
Surely only bad things can come from Yelena telling them this, right? I guess she's just making conversation.
者が反応を示すようにな。
Wrap it up, boys. The show's over. Marley wins. Ballsy way to end it, but it could be worse, I guess. Much worse. Oh wait, she ain't shooting. But why? Before we try to untangle that, let's look at what just happened. Now, I've never gone to guard school, but I'm pretty sure this guy is a fucking retard. You need to stand on the other side of a door to stop suspicious people from getting in. Not on this side of the door to stop the unarmed 12-year-old girl from getting out. I think Eren's got that covered. Pete should not be able to just walk into a building up to Eren Jaeger. Where are any other guards? Eren might just be the most important person to ever exist, and the entire world wants to kill him. You also have Marleyans on your island already. This should not be happening. Anyway, okay, so the situation we're in is Peek has the gun pointed to Eren's head, but she needs to land an accurate headshot, or Eren will just heal and transform. The first thing Eren should do is store his consciousness into his balls, just to be safe, the Rhino way. The second thing he should do is just do a quick head swipe left or right, and just grab the gun. It's point blank. Peek's reactions aren't light speed. Am I crazy? He should for sure get away with that, and anything would be better than just letting her aim at his head.
Gabi, そのライフルをエレンに向けて。
Gabby is to be trusted less than Peek. She's a lunatic. Eren, do something.
始祖の巨人を殺すことは許可されてない。命令は必ず始祖を奪還せよだ。この後に及んでも、あんたは一旦巨人になってから俺を生かしたまま食わなくちゃいけない。だろ?
Eren, you are an idiot. Why would they risk anything other than just blasting your head off?
はい、撃てません。あなたを食べることも本当無理あると思うし、どうもね。
Alright, so remember way back when McGaff in the manga made sense, as he just wanted Eren dead at any means necessary, and he didn't give a fuck about eating him, because when they captured Paradis, eventually they would be able to find which baby would have inherited the founder and just eat them. Also, it's simply not worth the risk to try anything other than just kill him. And then the anime McGaff was a dumbass, who was like, we have to eat him at any means necessary, even though that makes no sense. Well, this scene is the same in the anime and the manga, so at least in the anime it's more consistent. But still, it's trash. It makes no sense. You know how hard it is to eat Eren while he's alive. The man can transform at least 3 times, and has the Warhammer Titan. You people are in Paradis. You should assume everyone is working together. They have Eren's Titans, Armin's Colossal, and Zeke's Beast, as well as thousands of soldiers which wrecked you in Marley, as well as Levi and Mikasa. You guys are the vast underdogs here. You cannot be passing up at an easy shot on this man's brains. And what is the order? To never kill him under any circumstances? Because Pete just dropped all her power advantage here. Now she has nothing. What is this plan?
私が侵入してきた時の巨人の足跡が見つかっちゃったんでしょ。
Wait, what? Is this true? I mean, it's dumb how Pete could just walk in, but how has no one mentioned this? Why aren't they prepared and guarding Eren properly? Or is she just wrong? Why does she think this, and why is she saying this?
だが始祖の力を使えたらマーレを倒せるんじゃないかと思って。賞賛もなしに全世界を敵に回したわけじゃないんでしょ。
Eren did not make the world his enemy, they made themselves his enemy. Stop with this.
だとしたら何が望みだ？
マーレおよび世界から支配されているエルディア人の解放。
Peak, you can't play this card after you just murdered one of his men in front of him and threatened to kill him. If this was truly your goal, then you wouldn't have done those things. Also, you gave Gabby a gun. Why isn't Gabby at least shooting Eren after hearing Peak's betrayal? And at the very least, shouldn't Eren be worried about her?
証明しろ。あんたがこっちに協力するってんなら何か証拠を見せろ。
この町に潜む仲間の位置を教える。
どうやって？
この建物の屋上に行けばすぐに指をさせる。
いいだろう。
Nah, Eren, ask some better questions, like why did you just kill one of my men a minute and a half ago? Also, by the way, there is a hidden technique to explain every single one of Eren's actions. It's called, but it's already been determined. Basically, if Eren truly thinks his future memories will 100% come true, then he can act any way he fucking wants, because the future's set in stone. Eren could shoot himself in the head 1,000 times in a row, and every time the gun will jam. Now, this makes no sense, and Eren would never do this, so he clearly doesn't actually trust his future memories being 100% set in stone.
どうされましたか？
そのような尊いお考えがあったと感動いたしました。
I get Armin's putting this on, but damn, tears and all, maybe coming off a bit too strong. And since when was he so good at acting that he could cry on cue?
よろしくね。
How has Porco managed this? How has he got a full uniform? How are none of the soldiers any the wiser to a random dude joining in their ranks? What if Flock showed up and didn't recognize him? Hey, you, military police guy in the back. You don't look familiar. What's your name? Me. Well, yeah, my name. Shit, fuck. Your name is Shitfuck. That's about the stupidest name I've ever heard. Hey, the rest of you, am I crazy? Have any of you ever heard of this guy? Shitfuck. Never seen him, sir. Me neither. I like his haircut. Suspicious. When did you join? Shitfuck. Join. I've been around, 2 years? I'm pretty sure I would have heard of someone called Shitfuck if they've been around for 2 years. But that guy is right. You run a pretty nice trim. I'll allow it. Give it your best, Mr. Shitfuck.
そこ。
Why was there no explosion from Mr. Shitfuck's Titan? And way more importantly, how did he know Eren would be standing there? What was Peak's plan if Eren just stood beside her? They'd be in a real pickle.
私はマーレを信じてない。私は一緒に戦ってきた仲間を信じている。
So you're a moralless puppet. Okay. Where did the Blimps come from? How did they know to be here at this time and place? How could they possibly have arranged that? Okay, I wonder how this happened and why. Zeke doesn't have a clue, so Zeke must have just planned on killing himself here, which is weird. Oh my god, he's just like me. Now Gabby's just attached to a hand. Oh, never mind. The cuffs simply just vanished.
巨人の体から出てきてください。室内に身を隠し、潜水の力で地下から逃げるのです。
That's a decent option, but it begs the question, what should Eren and everyone do right now? My first thought is quick, get Armin out of prison. Just the nuke of the Colossal could take out the car and Jaw Titan, I reckon. What's Eren's plan of action?
このまま戦っても分が悪い。
Oh, but Eren, you are at a disadvantage. It's unlikely you can beat the Armored and Jaw and the Car Titan all on your own. Eren may not know the Car Titan has this overpowered gun, but he should assume they would bring something like that. To be fair, he's in his Titan form already, so maybe doesn't want to already use up energy and come out, and I guess it's a fine assumption someone would be smart enough to bring out Armin, and I guess he thinks Zeke is getting there.
こうして始祖の巨人と王家の血を引く巨人が揃った。
始祖の力が使えない理由がジークの不在と関係があるならエレンとジークを接触させてはなりません。
いや、マーレを守る盾ではない。今我々の肩には世界の命運がかかっている。我々は決して始祖を殺し問題を先送りにはしない。今ここで始祖を食らい2000年の遺恨に終止符を打つ。
You guys now think it's as easy as Eren and Zeke touching to potentially cause the rumbling, the destruction of the entire world. You need to kill Eren at any chance you get. If the Founding Titan needs a Titan with raw blood to use his powers, then all you have to do is kill Zeke and Historia to end the royal line. The problem now is even easier to solve. Eren is at a disadvantage right now, but you guys should expect Zeke and the Colossal to show up at any moment, which would put you at the disadvantage. So just kill Eren. Eren, just do that more. Okay, Eren, the Cast Titan's cannon completely annihilates you. So you just need to get out of your Titan and transform again, and now know to keep out of the Cast line of sight as much as possible, and know that movement is the name of the game. They'll really struggle to hit a moving target. I think Eren just kind of forgets he can transform again. Because for some reason he just doesn't. Like, dude, they might just hit the nape next time, then you're dead. Stop just standing there. Oh, but you've seen the future, so it's set in stone, so blah 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 blah. Why do I even want this to make any sense?
忘れるな。この奇襲作戦はリリー・タイバーの犠牲の上にある。
Nope, not really. You could have just done a surprise attack without him declaring war. In fact, then it would be much more of a surprise attack. Eren, do something, I beg. Jesus, only Onyankopon thought to get the Colossal Titan.
始祖がマーレに奪われる。手を貸してくれ。みんなでエレンを援護するんだ。て
めえ、何がみんなだ。てめえらの戦いだろうが。俺たちが従うと思ったのか。裏切り者のくせに。
Because everyone in Power D will die or become slaves to Marley, you dimwit.
もう裏切られるのは飽きてんだぜ俺は。何ベルトルト、何エレン。
Nah, you betrayed Eren.
なんで俺たちがエレンに加勢して子供を作れねえ体になんなきゃならねえんだよ。
Dude, priorities. Marley is literally attacking you as we speak. Why are they thinking about anything else?
エレンとジークに手を貸すということは安楽死計画を実現させるということだぞ。
It's not about helping Eren or not. Where is the fucking urgency?
助けたい。でもそれはきっとエレンが言ったように私がアッカーマンだから。
Oh, shut up. I don't care.
それはエレンの考えた嘘だと思う。
私が時々頭痛を起こすことは本当。
Mikasa is quick to believe fucking anything, although she did stop Armin at the table. What the hell was that?
エルディア人が子供を作れなくなることをエレンが望んでるってみんな本気でそう思ったの。
確かに奴らしくないとは思ったが、ありえないことだとまでは。
ありえないだろ。あのエレンだよ。
Thank you, Armin. Jesus, eventually using your brain. Took long enough.
エレンはみんなを地獄に導くクソ野郎で。そんなクソ野郎を俺は妬んだ。かっこよかったから。
Okay, I think Evan's pretty cool too, but what's happening? Let's get to the battle, guys. It's maybe a little more important than calling Eren cool.
死ぬほどムカつくことだが、俺はまだ奴に死んでほしくねえ。
Why would that piss you off?
ああ、このまま死なれたらあいつをぶん殴れねえしな。
Why are they acting like it's just about Eren? Nah, it's about the entirety of Power D. Wait, why aren't the kids staying hidden in this prison? Don't tell me they are about to walk into a fucking battlefield.
なぜ赤く。お前は何のために戦っている。何のために。
What the fuck, Rainer? How can you say, what are you fighting for, when you are actively trying to kill him and take over and massacre his nation, his home, and everyone he loves and knows? What could Eren possibly be fighting for?
よく一人で耐えたな、エレン。あとはお兄ちゃんに任せろ。
Emphasis on big, am I right? Because he's a big-ass monkey-looking dude. I was going to say Eren should just transform to get to Zeke quicker. if he really believes just touching him will instantly let him use the Founder's powers. But shouldn't he just be healed by now? Why is it taking so long? Stop walking in fucking slow-mo. Hurry up. By the time you reach the end of the fucking stairs, the fight's gonna be over. Jesus. Man, this looked so much cooler in the Season 4 trailer. But either way, why are the blimps lining up like this? For the shot, I guess. Eren, stop acting drunk. Your head is pretty much healed. Your legs are fine. Fucking run, man. What's stopping you? Okay, so they are just fucking walking around the active battle zone. Why? Why not just chill in the prison or in some house? Pretty much anywhere, not fucking outside. Also, a wild coincidence how they just come across these guys.
お前が脊髄液を飲んだことをジークさんが知れば叫びを阻止できるかもしれない。
Wait, are you implying that you're going to go to Zeke? No way. Zeke betrayed you. Why the fuck do you think he cares about fucking Falco?
Very poor choice of words.
Just get him the fuck away from Zeke, out of the way of his scream. Go anywhere but fucking closer to him. Then Armin should just transform, right? Just transform and then go next to Eren to protect him. Zeke has actual aimbot. There's no way he should be able to stop Porco from getting to Eren. Also Zeke, if you actually believe you just need to touch to get the easy dub, then stop monkeying around and just fucking go to him, you lazy ape. And Eren still can't fucking walk. I don't know what's up with that.
ようやく追いついたと思ったんだが、誰が仕留めた？
お前らがやったんだ。
That's just so lame. We didn't see any of the Jaegerists versus the Car Titan, and then you pull this? The bait doesn't make sense unless we see how it really happened. Also, how did no one see these fellas anyway? Oh my god, they are running to him. For fuck's sake. Excuse me? Hello? How is Peak back up with the gun strapped to her? I guess we're just meant to forget how the shot on Zeke happened last episode.
司令の言う通りだ。マーレ兵と正面から戦ってる場合じゃない。敵の背後に回り込もう。
Has Armin just forgot he's the Colossal Titan? He actually has. Brother, just transform and walk to Eren to protect him. Easy. Wait, why hasn't Porco or Reiner just gone to Zeke? Then they've literally just won. Also, why the fuck can Eren still not fucking move? He's still stumbling like he's gonna fumbling the rumbling. How long's it been? Okay, I guess we can just have any memory we want, whenever we want. Whatever.
でも子供を巻き込んで平気な人ではなかったはずだ。あんたにこのまま黙って死ねというつもりはない。ファルコが叫びの範囲から出るまで待ってほしいんだ。
He could have been out of range if you didn't run straight towards him, you absolute donkey-brained moron. So Reiner thinks that the shot killed Zeke, and so he thinks they can't use the Founding Titan's powers anymore, and so he can let Falco eat him. But they haven't won the fight yet. Eren's still there, and the Colossal Titan hasn't even made an appearance yet. If Power D wins, then he should assume that Falco would be fed to someone, and so this sacrifice doesn't mean all that much. I mean, maybe Reiner just isn't thinking that far ahead. Sure, maybe. Then Porco sacrifices himself instead. And I will say, I do like this sacrifice scene. Eren has energy to do this, but not just transform again or walk quicker. Whatever.
よく気づいてくれた、エレン。ピークちゃんの真似だけど、死んだふり作戦は大成功。
Who you talking to, mate? How did Gabby get this gun? If it's meant to be Colt's, then that shit should have melted. So that shouldn't be possible. I have to say, this is very fucking cool though. Zeke, you threw that out of his reach. You suck. Okay, so Eren and Zeke touched, and because of this, all time has stopped, and they both have been sent to this path realm, where they can give commands to Ymir. What exactly is happening? Why are they in this path realm? And has anybody been in it before? I think just the path realm existing begs a lot of questions. At the end of Season 2, Eren used the Founder's powers. He touched a Titan with royal blood, and then controlled the Titans around him. Why wasn't he sent to the path realm then? Maybe it's because Dinah was just a pure Titan, and not a Titan shifter. But are we meant to believe that every founding titan in the past could just stop time and hop into the path realm at any moment? And if so, then would that not become common knowledge? I don't see how it wouldn't, but it's clearly not. Also, it would be wildly overpowered. Why wouldn't Frida just do this mid-fight with Grisha, and then just ask Ymir to wipe his memories or some shit? I just don't buy any of this. Hey, maybe Eren and Zeke are the only people who ever got to be in this path realm, because maybe Ymir brought them in on purpose. If this is true, I would ask why she wouldn't just do this regardless. She healed Zeke for some reason. Another thing is Ymir, our Ymir from Season 2, saw the paths in the sky, but clearly wasn't in the path realm. What's that all about if a path realm exists?
始祖にこう伝えるんだ。すべてのエルディア人を今後永久に子供を作れない体にしろと。地ならしで連合軍を潰すのはその後でいい。
Surely they have to figure out how to get out of this Marley situation and the lack of the head on Eren's body before anything else.
俺に力を貸してくれ。始祖は何でも作れる。こんな土くれの鎖でも王家の血を引く俺が求めればな。
But that's not how this worked. Sava said that Zeke is the key to the lock and Eren would be the one with the power. Eren used the founding power when he touched Dinah's Titan. It was all set up. You can't 180 now unless you very carefully explain it. Which, yeah.
歴代の壁の王と違い、初代王の思想に染まらぬままここに到達した。そして気の遠くなる時間を始祖と共に過ごす中で、不戦のちぎりを無力化していくことに成功した。
Zeke, you must be going crazy from being alone so long, because you just contradicted yourself in 2 lines. You say you're here without the ideals, meaning the vow to renounce war. Then you say you managed to nullify this vow to renounce war. So to begin with, you did have a vow. So we're just meant to accept that Zeke off-screened the vow to renounce war.
Yes! Are you shitting me?
What in the fuck would that entail anyway? I don't care how long you had, that makes no sense. And yet again, makes King Fritz's plan absolutely terrible. Anyone with a founder could have just off-screened the vow to renounce war like Zeke did. Also, Zeke managed to do this all before Eren came. Zeke was also not surprised that Eren wasn't going along with his plan. So why in the name of Ymir would Zeke wait till Eren gets here? What if Eren spawning in changes who has the power of a founder? Then Eren wins. You didn't even ask Ymir to put the chains on. You simply just mentally willed it. Also, Eren should be truly shitting his pants right now. But I guess he's seen the future, so why worry? Can Zeke simply pick any Eldian in the world and walk through their whole lives? Or can it only be Grisha because he had the founding titan? Either way, how can he just do this? It's not like he asked Ymir. And how the fuck is this working? It's Grisha's memories, but they are in third person, so it's not his memories. They are literally just time traveling, but I assume are invisible. That's just absurd and shouldn't be possible. Also, they must be interacting with the floor, right? Or they would just go right through it. Wouldn't that mean they can interact with the environment? Well, I assume not, because then, that would be insane. So explain the floor. Should I bother thinking this hard about this? Nah, it clearly wasn't remotely thought through. Oh no, they have shadows too, what the fuck? Just move past it, plow through it. So, how did this happen? A lot of this from now is gonna require a lot of guesswork, because it's all very unclear. But I'm pretty sure Grisha saw Zeke through Eren's eyes just now. And Eren was the one who somehow controlled this, I suppose for the Attack Titan's powers. But we'll get to that. I don't know, Zeke. Maybe ask every other Eldian on Paradis Island if they all want to be sterilized. I bet most of them will say no.
だとしたら男は父親に感謝している。この父親の行いが息子を目覚めさせ、エルディアの危機から世界を救うのだから。
Eldia is really not a threat anymore in the world, except for the founding titan. I thought Zeke's whole thing was just for ending the suffering of Eldians.
世界を救う前にたった一人のお前を救いたいんだ。
Zeke, you've decided Eren hasn't been brainwashed. What do you mean save him? You should know it's impossible to convince him of your plan, but even if you do, how is that exactly saving him? Like, what's it really gonna do?
再び始祖の力が弱き者の手に落ちるの。再び世界は地獄と化す。
It won't though, because she thinks, and I guess King Fritz thinks, to use a founding titan you need royal blood. And with royal blood, you get the vow against war.
世界を守るためには、我々は罪を受け入れ、滅びゆくほかないのです。
あのお姉ちゃんとは気が合いそうだが。
Well, you're both dumb. Zeke, to save the world from the power of the titans, all you have to do is kill yourself and Historia, so there's no royals left. Alright, now everything is going to start getting unbelievably confusing and convoluted. Believe me when I say, I'm trying my best to make sense of all of this. It's not my fault that it just doesn't make any sense.
そして、私から始祖の巨人を奪ったとしても、あなたでは。
分かっている。私が始祖の力を使えないことは。
Kruger did not know this, so you must have got future memories. From when? From Eren in the Path Realm, or just random ones from Eren? So if Grisha knows that he can't use a Founding Titan's powers, then why is he doing this? Well, the only way it makes sense is if he has seen future memories of either Eren doing the rumbling, or Eren and Zeke speaking about being able to use a Founding Titan's powers. But if Grisha has seen future memories like this, then surely he would have seen the original attack on Shiganshina, and then got Carla out of there so she wouldn't die. Wait, shouldn't Eren send memories of his mother dying to Grisha, so Grisha could change the future? But changing the future is apparently impossible. But why? I'm probably jumping ahead, but do you see how ridiculous this all gets?
できない。私に子供を殺すことなど。
You don't need to, you could just kill Frida. I get leaving no witnesses behind, but still, Grisha has gave up. Why would Frida risk provoking him into a fight?
何をしてる?
Alright, it's the scene, but what's actually going on? Currently, despite a lot of problems I have getting here, on some level I do find this pretty cool. To make it so Grisha can hear him, Eren has put Grisha in his shoes right now. Like what was set up before, Grisha is looking at himself in Eren's mind. It seems Eren is simply just saying these words, and they are so precise and impactful, much of it just being what Kruger told Grisha, that this is enough to convince Grisha to carry out his mission. Although, just being in Eren's shoes does mean he thinks the things Eren does, and feels the things Eren does. So these feelings would also be a part of convincing Grisha to do this. Also, Eren could on purpose or accidentally show him things that happened from Grisha's perspective in the future by simply thinking about his own memories. Okay, so this is what Eren saw when he kissed Historia's hand. He experienced Grisha looking at himself in Eren's own future's head. This is all very confusing, but just you wait. Did he purposely not kill the father, or did he just get away in time?
なぜ全てを見せてくれないんだ。壁が壊されることを、壊される日を、カルラの安否を。
Can Eren show him things now? From just like thinking about memories really hard, or...
この先、お前の望みは叶わない。叶うのはエレンの望みだ。言っている。エレンの先の記憶を見た。しかしまさかあんな恐ろしいことになるとは。
So this is where what made sense gets tossed out into the inferno. That is, how all this future memory shit works in AOT. Forget everything. We have a new story. It was coming. I've already mentioned Eren having future memories. But how does he have them? Well, Grisha says, I saw Eren's memories of what comes next. So now we have to assume that just now Eren actually cherry-picked his own memories and gave them to Grisha. How he can physically do this? Move past it, that's the least of my concerns. Eren sent him memories from the future, as in Eren's future. From Grisha's reaction, almost definitely him doing the rumbling. The big question is, how did Eren have the memories to send to Grisha? Well, when Eren kissed Historia's hand, he saw Grisha's memories of being sent the future memories by current Eren, and therefore he had the memories to send. as he experienced them when he kissed Historia's hand. The problem with this is how it makes no fucking sense. If you take a step back, you realize these memories come out of literally nowhere. Eren has the memories because Eren had the memories, so Eren sends the memories, so then I lie to myself because I don't want to think about Eren getting the memories because Eren sent the memories, so Eren can send the memories, so Eren can get the memories. I want to keep an essence of my sanity for 10 years at least. Anyway, why would Eren even send these memories to Grisha? Maybe it's to show Grisha that the Founding Titan can be used in the future. That's reasonable, but then I go back to when Grisha said that he knew he couldn't use a Founding Titan's powers. Grisha must have already gotten future memories to know this, and more importantly, why would Grisha even consider taking the Founding Titan if he knew he couldn't use it? Well, he must have already got future memories of him seeing it be used by Eren in the future. I would have to assume these are just RNG memories like the one Kruger got, or more likely the story does not realize this and I'm just trying my darnest to fit this all together. And now let's take 100 steps back and think about what all this future memory sending means for the story of AOT. If someone gets a future memory, then it feels like they should be able to change the future. But AOT is meant to be one unchanging timeline, meaning the future is set in stone. Now, if there was some cosmological force at work sending future memories to people with some sort of supernatural knowledge that them getting a future memory always happened and always resulted in a future remaining the same, then I think future memories could maybe work. However, that is clearly not what this is. Eren can send, let's just stick with Grisha, any memory he wants. He could manipulate Grisha into changing the future in some sort of way. Grisha, if you want to stop Eren, you could just not give him the Titan. Wait, so why did he? Well, I guess Carla died. Maybe that was enough to make him 180. But I can't accept that. No way Carla dying should be enough to make him 180 completely. Hopefully, we'll see how all this is played out. Eren can't just say that. We need to see it. Also, by the way, Grisha should not be able to touch Zeke here. Well, not that much, or he wouldn't give Eren the Titan. Then we get the big old backstory. I really just wanted to talk about two things here. First, that King Fritz's goal was to annihilate the vile people of Marley with the power of the Titans, and then, presumably, just take over the world. This all happened 2,000 years ago. How can Marley still be around when the Titans would so easily be able to take it over? Even if Marley controlled the entire world 2,000 years ago, if King Fritz and his descendants wanted to, they could easily take over the whole of Marley. 17 centuries of ethnic cleansing? If that were true, there wouldn't be a strand of Marleyan hair left on this planet. Kruger is right, and ethnic cleansing seems like it would be right up King Fritz's alley. I suppose Eldia's conquest of Marley and the world wasn't shown after King Fritz died, but it's so impossible for me to think that the entire world wouldn't be taken over by Eldians. In almost every point in our history, people wanted to take land by conquest. So how did this not apply to Eldians in the 2,000 years? This needed to be explained, and it just isn't remotely touched on. Okay, so what is Ymir's character? Well, she seems to be quite the opposite of Eren. She is a slave, and really only a slave. Her home was burned down, she became enslaved, her tongue got cut out, she got blamed for letting pigs out, and because of this, King Fritz did a savage hunt to kill her. She got overwhelming power, and yet she went back to King Fritz and stayed a slave and did his bidding. She then sacrificed herself to save the king's life, and then stayed being a slave in the afterlife. I think her character is fundamentally unrealistic. I don't think it's possible for somebody to embody being a slave so much that they would go back to being King Fritz's slave after gaining so much power. I feel like she is just like this, so Eren can do this and take the Founder's power. I do like this scene, and I still really like Eren up to this point, but what's actually happening here? So Ymir must somewhat be conscious in this path realm, but we don't really know in what exact state. Eren said she was waiting for this moment for 2,000 years, so I guess she led them here somehow, and I guess she was the one who saved Zeke. If it's true she was waiting for this moment, that Eren saves her from her state, why didn't she just save herself from her state? Was she just waiting for someone who would destroy the world like Eren? Or just someone who would treat her like a human being? I don't know, it's all a little hard to believe, but it happened, and Eren seems to have all the power of a founding titan. Well, rest in peace Magath, rest in peace Flock. Jesus Christ, the founder can really just do anything, even set up a Skype call with every alien in the world. Well, welcome back to living, Flock. Who the hell is this?
The
whole world. We know next to nothing about the geography of the world, so I'm just going to assume Eren isn't going to rumble some undiscovered place on the other side of the earth. The assumption, surely, is that the world that declared war on Power D is the same world that Eren is rumbling. However, there is the nation of Hizuru. We unfortunately don't know much about them. However, if they are allied to Power D, then I think it's out of Eren's character and utterly immoral to kill them. It's annoying we know so little about them, and how we don't know what Eren knows or feels about them, but on the face of it, I do think it damages Eren's character for him to kill them, without us knowing more of the situation. Wait, I almost forgot. You know how royal blood is this crazy important mechanic, right? Well, what the fuck is it? If every Eldian is an ancestor of Ymir, then what's the royal line? It simply isn't even attempted to be explained, and yet it's so important, and I think that's unacceptable! Okay, before I jump into the epic final arc of AOT, I'm gonna talk about something real fun. The mass deaths of an unknown amount of people because of a rumbling. Is it justified, or is it not justified? I'm going to leave Hizuru out of the discussion because they just confuse matters. So, the world of Attack on Titan is fundamentally unrealistic and badly made, which makes the morality of the rumbling confusing. The world seemed to be stupid enough to declare war on Power D, knowing that they could start the rumbling at any moment. This is just bad writing, which shows the world to be unbelievably evil and stupid to an impossible degree. From this and everything else we know about the world, it seems almost definite that any plan other than the rumbling will result in Power D getting wiped out. Some plans like passing down a founder and royal blood titans would just save time for the inevitable. Eren assumingly thinks all this, and also does not want to sacrifice Historia's life and keep doing the Titan ritual. And I actually think, up to this point, there is no evidence Eren wouldn't wait until the end of Zeke's life to start the rumbling, but Zeke just forced his hand by telling Ymir to sterilize every Eldian. But that's besides the point. How many people is Eren justified to kill to save his nation? Think of it like this. If they were just against one nation with a population of Power D, which was trying to kill them, and the only option was the rumbling, then it's surely completely justified, right? What if there's two nations? I still think it must be justified. Let's say 95% of the population of the nations would be down to wipe out Power D, so 5% of people from each nation are purely innocent. And now there's 100 nations with a population of Power D. Is Eren justified to kill them? Because the world building of AOT is so broken and the situation is so grand in nature, it feels very hard and pretty subjective to cut a line in the sand of saying at a certain point it becomes immoral and unjustified. And it really feels more like it's 99.9% of people that would be down with genocide and Power D, which shouldn't be possible, but alas. And the higher that number, the more justified Eren is. I will say, if Eren kills any place that does not support the genocide of Power D, then that would be completely unjustified, and I think out of character. Also, the environmental impact of doing the rumbling is barely touched on, and I'm no scientist. I don't know what exactly it would do. I assume it wouldn't be great. However, Eren and everyone else in the story seems to think the parody would be completely fine after the rumbling happens. So I'm just going to assume that too. All this to say, Eren killing the people that are planning to kill him and his people does not make him remotely evil. And I think anyone who disagrees with that either thinks parody has other options, which I mean, you're wrong, but if you believe that, I can see the logic behind thinking Eren's evil. Or, if you do think Eren's situation is us or them, and you still think Eren is evil for choosing us, then I just think your sense of morality is completely out of whack. Alright, I want to make something clear. I don't want to be justifying the deaths of millions of people, even in a fictional world. It doesn't feel good, man. But the fact I am just shows how terribly fucked the writing truly is. So Eren can affect the 9 Titans. What else should he do, Armin? Enlighten me. Okay, for starters, how in the flippin' heck are you going to do that, John? And secondly, you sure you want to? Yes, to protect you, but as he just said in his speech, to also protect the whole of Paradis. Calm your ego down, John. And the rest of Paradis. Good question. He can undo Reiner's hardening, can do a rather large Discord call, but can't disable Zeke's Titans? What, because they're Zeke's? Seems weird. Connie, I don't think your mother is gonna be thrilled about coming back to our whole family except you being dead and everything else. These guys are fucked. Maybe they should have stayed inside. Firstly, lol. Also, dude, there's a gap in the gate. Like, Sasha's dad would clearly help her. Why are you stopping him, Niccolo? You selfish bastard. You have a gun. At least try to shoot the Titan. Fucking ridiculous coincidence. Its size, weight, and significant recoil make it a liability to the shooter. Well, unless you're a 12-year-old girl, then you just go for a trick shot in the final kill cam. By the way, this information was played, like, just after that just happened. Not even subtle. Jesus, Armin's priorities are something else, aren't they? And he wasn't trapped in ice, by the way. I don't get why Titan hardening would be wet. Although I guess there must have been something special about it in order for her to stay alive this whole time. Well, actually, it's in Stohess. Wasn't it obvious? She was conscious for 4 years in complete darkness. Why hasn't she gone mentally insane? She's acting like it was nothing. She should be a completely changed person, probably schizoing out at everything that moves. Basically, Annie's backstory is her adopted dad was real mean. This made her not value anyone's life, including her own. Then her dad was like, nah bruh, I actually love ya bruh. And so then Annie did everything to get back to her father. Annie's character is frankly really bad. She doesn't care about anything but her dad for some reason. She has no regrets, yet thinks she's done unforgivable things. She's just boring and ridiculous if you ask me. So he's dead? Strange. Boo-hoo. You all brought this on yourselves for siding with the people who wanted to kill Eren. Why would Astoria be in danger? The Jaegerists aren't perfect, but what they've done up till now is all pretty logical.
僕じゃなかった。
About time you realized.
マフラーが。
Mikasa, I don't give a single fuck about your scarf.
我々は歓迎しエルディア人として迎える。
ふざけるなクソ野郎、誰がお前なんかに。
Okay, I have liked Flock up till now, and for the most part he's actually been pretty logical, and he's mainly been in the right. But, yeah. This is some villainous stuff, I will admit. I'm not a fan of this over-the-top evil aspect of his character, because it really just comes out of nowhere.
コニーさん、助けてもらってありがたいんですが、ずっと北に進んでますよね。
Jesus Christ, the kid's an idiot.
Falco, did your brain come out upside down when you respawned? Because you're dumber than a moron. An enemy soldier has taken you. Surely you should assume Marley lost the fight. Why are you letting him take you away? Why aren't you doing everything in your power to go back to check if the people you care about are alive? Why aren't you freaking the fuck out? And how did you dodge Eren's Discord call? Another AOT meeting coincidence. Also, welcome back from the dead, Magath. Wait, why is Hanji shooting these people? Couldn't she just hide in the humongous forest? Jesus, she's literally going out of her way to kill them. At least wait until you have to.
みんな巨人にされたけど、君だけ生き残った。この怪我でまだ生きてるのも同じ理由だろうね。君がアッカーマンだからだ。
Hanji, don't you bring up Levi, maybe or maybe not, being able to turn into a Titan, when we still don't know the answer. I didn't mention this before, but Levi and Mikasa are brought into the Path Realm, so what's up with that? Surely they can also turn into Titans, but they can't get their memories erased? It all seems contradictory.
今のまさかエレンが世界をリヴァイ。
獣のクソ野郎、どこだ。
Did Levi not hear what Eren said in the Path Realm? Why aren't they talking about that? It got forgotten about in like half a second. I guess it's only the destruction of a world by a certain Eren Jaeger. Levi, I can't feel bad for you. You are dumber than Falco.
俺の目的はジークを殺すことだ。
Levi, shut the fuck up. Stop acting so damn childish and think about something actually important.
昨晩あなたの独り言が聞こえてきました。サシャって飛行船でガビに撃たれた仲間の兵士ですよね。あなたは俺が誰かを知りながら知らないふりしてここまで連れてきた。
Okay, very convenient. And also, you still trusted him, Falco. Jesus Christ, you're stupid up than a fucking chair or something.
巨人の歯磨きを手伝ってほしいんだ。
Am I still watching Attack on Titan? Everything just feels wrong. The tone and everything is like nothing I've ever seen. Wow, they just got here in time. How fortunate. Connie, you can't threaten him when you have to feed him alive. Armin, you should realize that and just walk up to him. Falco, you are denser than osmium. Armin, you are not that guy, pal. I find it hilarious how intense the music is for such a ludicrous scene.
さっき喋るなって言っただろ。だから行動で示せよ。
Armin, your actions do speak very loudly, and they tell me you're a fucking retard. Armin, you're literally around 1.5 meters away from a Titan's mouth. Connie hasn't dropped Falco yet. You want him to save you. Brother, he ain't the Flash. It's so obviously stupid, I just can't. Stop your crying, Falco. It's nothing to whine about. Dude, I can't with a scarf. I don't give a shit what it means. Just shut up about it already. Mikasa, you're just a bad person, like what? Wait. Falco just learned that his brother died. Hawko sacrificed his life so he could have the jaw, and assumingly he found out that everyone he knows in Marley, all his family, is being wiped out by Eren. Why the fuck is he chilling with a beer? Is this real? Gabby's also just fucking chilling out.
全ての硬質化が解かれたのなら、兄が復活した可能性も。 兄
Nah, I have definitely clicked on the wrong show. This can't be Attack on Titan. There's just simply no way. Last time I saw Annie, she murdered hundreds of people. She just came out of a 4-year coma, and for all they know, could be fully schizoing and about to murder anyone. And this is what happens?
兄がパイをむさぼり食ってる
やめなよコニー
汚ね食い方
4年ぶりのパイなんだよ
Connie finds it funny she's eaten pie for some reason, and then Armin tells him to stop because it's mean. Bruh, what? Why is this happening? Why has everyone turned into clown people? Armin, she's a dangerous murderer. Put your dick in your pants. Also, what a wild coincidence, them meeting Annie in the Hall of Paradis, and then fucking sitting right next to her. I mean, the story just isn't even trying. Wow, now I can sympathize with Annie. She wrote a nice letter. But how did she get the pen and paper? Did she pull it out of a pie she just ate? Or did Armin help her pull it out her asshole? So a lot must have happened off screen. Why is Mikasa important here? Annie also has a sixth sense now.
車力は何ヶ月も巨人になったままでいられるんでしょ歯磨きとかしないの
Haha, how quirky.
生きたまま引き渡せ
Well, lucky Flock didn't just shoot ya. Okay, what's happening? Are they going to go after the Jaegers, or...
時間がねえ。早く行くぞ。
どこに？
世界を救いに。
Help me. I'm dying. Too much. Cringe. So they're going after the top dog, Eren Jaeger himself. How would be my first thought, and why would be my second.
その後の何十年後の未来もずっと世界から向けられる憎悪が消えないなら、エレンを止めることはこの島を滅ぼすことになります。
So John has just come out and said it, and obviously he is absolutely right. And it is so clearly a 100% chance that if they stop Eren before he destroys most of the world, then Paradis will remain the target of the world's hatred. The hatred would just increase a hell of a lot more than its already cartoonishly large level. Paradis will be fucked, and no character with even half a brain should think otherwise.
私が思うにマーレからすれば島に奇襲を仕掛けた途端地ならしだ少なくとも今後しばらくはこの島に手は出せないと思う
Well, if you kill Eren, you won't have a founder, so that wouldn't make any sense. And if you think you're going to convince Eren to stop, so you can bring back the Founding Titan's powers, then good luck. But if you do manage to keep the Founding Titan's powers, then as you admit by saying, at least for the time being, in the very near future, Paradis will be attacked again. The world is unrealistically retarded and already declared war on the guy they thought could use the rumbling. So of course, they will attack again, probably when Eren's 4 years are up, if we give them any credit. It becomes clearer and clearer that Hanji and the rest of our characters do think that stopping Eren dooms Paradis, and on just that basis, I don't think it's in character for any of them to want to stop Eren, and yet all of them do want to stop him.
だからエレンは世界を消そう。
虐殺はダメだ肯定する理由があってたまる
Hanji, what a philosopher you are. But you do realize, by just mentioning justifying genocide, it should make you think, like, well, if a genocide clearly wasn't justified, then I wouldn't even be mentioning justifying it, right? Which is the position I am in. The genocide is justified. It shouldn't be, but because the world is so cartoonishly stupid and evil, it is. And also, by the way, you are technically on the side of genocide. Just not the larger one on the world, but the smaller one on Paradis. Also, does it count as a genocide if it's self-defense? I don't know. Whatever.
だけどこの島だけに自由をもたらせばそれでいいそんなケチなこと言う仲間はいないだろ
Why the fuck would you think this, when almost everybody in Paradis is down with Eren? And do you really think Arwen Smith would just let Paradis be destroyed? Nah, he would be with Eren for sure.
ハンジさん、俺はまだ調査兵団です。
John, argue more, goddammit. Don't let yourself be gaslit by Hanji's manipulative tactics. How do we know that Marco would be on Hanji's side? Maybe he'll want his family to live. Speaking of, why isn't John thinking about his own family? That's the cost of stopping Eren. You and your family will die. What about your mother, John? They are stopping to eat soup? I thought they wanted to save innocent lives. All the Marleyans want to save their families. Why the fuck is there no urgency? Marley is on their doorstep. It's literally Eren's first target.
頼りは東人家だ。清美さん曰く、地ならしの視察用に飛行艇を港に用意してあるらしい。
So that's the plan. Pretty lucky she brought it here. And also, how will you catch up with Eren? How will you know where Eren is? The Founder's powers seem ridiculously overpowered. How are you planning to stop him? Well, we'll find out soon enough.
港がイエーガー派に占拠されています。
Oh, I guess the plan is off, unless they want to kill their own people. And even then, there is a lot of them. Has Kiyomi just been chilling out at the dock the whole time?
奴らを一瞬で皆殺しにする。飛行艇を確保するにはそれしかない。
How the fuck do you plan to wipe them all out at the same time, when any of them can destroy the boat?
あんたたちならあの日、壁を壊すことを選ばなかっただろうね。私たちと違って。
やっぱり俺はお前と同じだ。
あれはそういうことか。
I don't get what just clicked for Rainer here.
気が変わった。この成り行きを見届けるまで死にたくない。私を連れて行けばエレンの行き先を言うかもしれない。
What? Why?
手も汚さず正しくあろうとするなんて。
Well, the episode is called Traitors. The chance of stopping Eren may as well be 0%, so they're basically just down with murdering people for no reason. Their own comrades.
これでパラディ島は安泰だとお考えのようでしたら、お気の毒にただ世間が狭くなるだけのことです。何も変わらず同様の殺し合いを繰り返すことでしょう。
Some violence on Paradis is the same as the whole place getting obliterated. Why did we bother to beat Nazi Germany? There's some bad apples in every country, right?
車力の巨人を追ってたんだよ。奴ら鎧と一緒だ。海を泳いで逃げた。早くしないと逃げられる。今すぐ飛行艇が必要だ。急いで東人に止めるようにさせろ。
Armin, last time Flock knew you guys were traitors, thrown in prison, then Flock was incredibly suspicious of John and Mikasa. He ain't buying this shit. And most importantly, who cares if Pieck is swimming away? She ain't gonna stop Eren, so your fake story holds no threat anyways. You should have said she was on a blimp then it would be a tinsy threat. But swimming? Nah. Also, why would the mechanics help with a boat anyway? They aren't already, so why would they when they hear Marleyans are trying to stop Eren? They want Eren to be stopped. I thought Armin's meant to be good at acting, but this face is funny, I guess. How the fuck is Flock losing to a grandma? And why does she have secret martial arts mastery? 1, 2, 3. 3 seconds they were told to shoot her. A sloth has faster reaction times, like easily. And how did Mikasa get here at just the right moment as well? Fucking shoot, you dimwit. The gun mark, fuck off. Why aren't the Jaegerists shooting? Also, Mikasa got so luckily saved. Well, see ya, Armin. Dude, another one-line Lenny being brought back. I don't give a shit. Also, very lucky they do know Connie and Armin, or they would have 100% just blasted them to Kingdom Come. They can't get through the back door. They have thunder spears for fuck's sake. Nah, that's bullshit. Does the guy doing the TNT not have a gun? Why the fuck not? Oh, he does. Well, shoot then. For fuck's sake, how is no one getting a thunder spear off? These guys' situation is worse than how they're drawn. Very bad. Not one hit. Not a single shot has landed. Oh, but McGaff can hit every shot when they are flying. Okay, I guess Connie is Levi now. Sure, sounds par for the course. And again, not one person can hit one shot. They must literally be like 1000 shots and 0 hits. It's a joke. The plot armor is wild. This is cool and all, but another everyone is Levi moment. Although this is preferable to him getting beat up by a grandma. Except you need to pick one, Levi or grandma. Phase Gabby strikes again. Okay, Megasa is a complete and utter psychopath. Why is she doing some Mortal Kombat ass fatalities? Why is that necessary? Also, damn, that head turn with the music is so wildly cringe. So Shardis is killing the Jaegerists and is the one who blew up the reinforcements. I assume a load of these Jaegerists are people Shardis trained. It's so wild how he just kills them so casually. How the fuck did he go about blowing up that train and surviving it unscathed? The entire train blowing up. Whatever, just don't think about it.
そこで目的を察し、胸が震えた教え子たちの成長に。
They have not grown, they have drastically shrunk.
あんたが増援を食い止めなければ、我々はここまでだった。
Thanks for saying that, Magath, because it confirms how insanely stupid this all is. Shardis, by sheer coincidence, had to see them leaving and have eagle vision to even know who they are. Then he had to know they were going to use a flying boat. Is that even common knowledge? Then he had to manage to find some explosives and put them on the train without anyone noticing. That is a whole lot harder said than done, and all this has to be in character, which it isn't. Killing his own soldiers to have a tiny chance of stopping Eren, which destroys the island. If Shardis didn't do all that, then it was GG. And if all that wild contrived garbage and wild plot armor didn't happen, then it was also GG. This all sucks complete balls on every level. How would anyone know who he is? Are you stupid? Well, that was all some jolly stuff. Now for some needed backstory. So, we don't see how they got on this ship through all strangers. Isn't that, like, incredibly important? They can't have got on the boat from Paradis, maybe from Hizuru? But then why wouldn't we see them in Hizuru? And they've never mentioned it. That would be a crazy big deal, right? Whatever, maybe I'm overthinking their trip of leaving the island for the first time.
本当に壁の外にも町があって人が住んでるんだな。
壁の外とか他人の前で言うなよ。
ああ、分かってるって。
これが壁外大陸。そして私たちが壁外の地を踏む初の壁内人類。
Ha ha ha. It's not like if they got found out to be from Paradis, they, along with their island, would die horribly. Ha 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 ha. Okay, don't take anything seriously. I mean, nothing is at stake, right? Isayama's weird. I like this scene. Eren's last moment of happiness.
憎むべきは島の悪魔どもに他なりません。忌むべきは100年前よりあの島に逃げた悪魔。我々の敵はあの島の悪魔なのです。
Good luck with any peace. There is not a singular group of people outside of maybe Hizuru who don't want the island to be genocided.
それでも考えてしまう。あの時、もし私が別の答えを選んでいたら、結果は違っていたんじゃないかって。
So I guess Mikasa loves Eren, romantically speaking. But how self-centered do you have to be to think confessing this would change Eren's actions remotely? Hey, I think this character used to be in a show. Remember this line for later.
この世から引き残らず。この先もパラディ島が生き延びる道が見つからなかったんだろう。
Yes, because if there was a way without doing the rumbling, Eren would obviously take it.
少なくとも島と外じゃ死ぬ人の数が違いすぎる。エルディア人が完全に死滅すれば巨人の問題がなくなるのも事実だ。そんな結末納得できない。
Yep, Eren's core motivation is exactly what he said in his speech. He won't let Paradis Island get wiped out.
この光景未来の記憶で見たことがある。
Jesus, the future memories just get more confusing. Why would this specifically be in them? Alright, this seems beloved by even people who hate the ending, but I think it's downright terrible, as I think is where Eren's character gets completely retconned, as his motivations for the rumbling get twisted and scrunched up to make him childishly evil. What's really strange is this comes straight after and in the same chapter of his motivations being laid out so nicely. But before getting into it, let's take a quick dive into Eren's character in AOT. Eren never properly thought about humanity's situation and the outside world until we saw Armin's book.
思い出したんだ。お前が俺に本を見せた時のこと。それまで壁の外のことなんて考えたこともなかったんだ。
Armin's book showed the wonders of a world and what's been taken away from him by the Titans. This is where Eren first thought that he wasn't free. He thought that the Titans have taken his freedom. The world was so big, but they'd forced him into a tiny bird cage, and he couldn't forgive them. He also seemed worried that the Titans would break down the walls and take even more of his freedom.
そんなんでいざって時戦えんの？
いざって時ってなんだ？
決まってんだろ。奴らが壁を壊して町に入ってきた時だよ。
But when that actually happened, his mother gets eaten and his town destroyed, and so his hatred for the Titans increases tenfold, and Eren swears to kill every last one of them. Also, now, Eren's opinion about being like cattle is absolutely true. The Titans can break down any wall at any moment. Now humanity truly has to beat the Titans for the sake of survival. Armin was interested in seeing the outside world and seeing the ocean because of his overwhelming curiosity. Any of that was in Eren faded away.
海だ。商人が一生かけても取り尽くせないほどの巨大な塩の湖がある。壁の外にあるのは巨人だけじゃないよ。炎の水、氷の大地、砂の雪原。それを見に行くために調査兵団に入ったんだから。
そうだったな。
For Eren, seeing the outside world meant taking back his freedom and his people's freedom from the Titans. But then, Eren saw his father's memories and the reality of the outside world. They have beaten the Titans, but they aren't close to being free. The threat of the Titans just turned into an overwhelmingly greater threat, and this is when Eren fully realizes it.
壁の外には何があるんだ？
海。
そうだ。海がある。でもまだ見てないだろ。俺たちはまだ何も知らないんだよ。炎の水も、氷の大地も、砂の雪原も。可能性はいくらでも広がっている。きっと壁の外には自由が。
The ocean to Eren represented killing all the Titans and taking back his freedom and the freedom and safety of Paradis. And that is why, when Eren finally got to see the ocean, he felt no happiness. His only thoughts were on the overwhelming threat that was on the other side of it.
ねえ、エレン、これ見てよ。壁の向こうには
海があって、海の向こうには自由がある。ずっとそう信じてた。でも違った。海の向こうにいるのは敵だ。何もかも親父の記憶で見たものと同じなんだ。まあ向こうにいる敵全部殺せば俺たち自由になれるのか？
I think freedom is a bit of a buzzword in the AOT community, and people put too much weight on certain aspects of it. What does Eren mean by being free? Well, I think we'd be lying if we said there ain't levels to this. Eren didn't feel free even if he could live safely inside the walls, because he felt trapped in a birdcage. Because he was born into this world, he thought he had the right to explore it. Eren felt even less free when the Titans could destroy a wall at any moment and kill a part of humanity. Eren's safety and his friends' and humanity's safety was at risk. Their very lives at risk. Where's the freedom in being dead? And now, after killing the supposed threat of their freedom, now the threat is much, much bigger. and it turns out the threat is humans all along. You may disagree, but if Eren knew the island would remain safe if it didn't take a foot outside it from now, then I am certain he wouldn't. Being free, mainly at this point, means survival first and foremost, for him and his people. So then in Season 4, Eren went across the sea, learned there was people there the same as Paradis, some good people and some bad people, albeit the amount of racist genocidal people is sky high. But anyway, they are the same, except the world wants to destroy Paradis, and the only way for Eren to stop this is to destroy the world, and that's what he is doing. Eren's character is incredibly complex, and so there's probably some subjectivity involved with certain aspects of it. However, I reckon about 95% of his character is fleshed out enough for it to be objectively knowable. And what's about to come next is objectively at odds with any part of his character.
島をエルディアを救うためそれだけじゃない
How could there possibly be more? Well, let's finally hear it.
壁の外の現実は俺が夢見た世界と違ってた
When did Eren dream of a certain world? Why do we never see him talk or think about this?
海の本で見た世界と違ってた
So I have to assume that this implies that the world Eren dreamed of was the world in Armin's book. And what is that?
壁の外で人類が生きていると知って俺はがっかりした
Well, I guess one where people don't exist. There was just nature and no humans around.
俺は望んだんだ全て消し去ってしまいたかった
Because people simply existed, Eren wanted to kill them all. This is simply just light years away from anything that should be coming out of Eren Jaeger's mouth. Please tell me a single scene before this that is any evidence for Eren to think like this. It's kinda so insane, it's hard to even begin to show how this is not Eren Jaeger. It's like if SpongeBob was told that humans existed outside the ocean, and his first thought was, when I learned humanity was alive outside the sea, I was disappointed. I wanted to wipe it all away. No, because SpongeBob is just a little goofball, and Eren is just a rational human with a strong sense of justice. Let's say there was humanity outside the walls, but they were all just chill dudes who welcomed Paradis with welcome arms to join their peaceful civilization. You think Eren would want to kill all of them? Or would he just sit down and have a beer with them? And this whole thing with Armin's book just isn't what Armin's book ever meant to Eren. His book represented taking back the freedom that the Titans took from him. And sure, when he learned humanity outside the walls existed, this freedom he thought of completely shattered. But it's not because there are simply humans that exist, it's because the humans that exist want to destroy Paradis Island. I think some people managed to twist and turn the dialogue to make it be in character for Eren, but these just aren't the words Eren would say, and if you take them as presented, and given this is doubled down in the final chapter, I just can't see it at all. I would never use the word disappointed to describe Eren when he saw Grisha's memories and learned the world had it out for Paradis. I think he was rightfully severely depressed. Also, Eren never wanted to wipe it all away. Eren wanted any other option to save Paradis. The world was just that cruel to not give him any other option. Real quick, does Ramsey see Ymir? I don't get why or how she's appearing. Ramsey assumingly isn't even an Eldian.
生まれた時からずっと俺の目の前には鬱陶しい壁があった。炎の水、氷の大地、砂の雪原、それを見た者はこの世で一番の自由を手に入れた者。
What does this mean? Seriously, what does this even remotely mean? People who have seen these natural wonders are free? But most people in the world just stay exactly where they are and don't see any of these things. Fiery water. A volcano? I've never been to a volcano. Lands of ice? I've never been to the North Pole. I mean, I've seen snow, I guess. I don't even know what a sandy snowfield is. I've been to a beach, if that counts. But wait, he also has as well. And he also went to a desert. Wait, so Eren has seen some of these natural wonders, like the ocean. And guess what? He didn't give a single damn about it, because he was too busy thinking about how the enemies on the other side of it wanted to kill everyone on his island.
これが自由だ。
Okay, this imagery sure is evocative, but what actually is happening? Is this Eren? Is this a part of Eren? Is this metaphorically Eren or a part of Eren? I have no fucking clue, but I'm gonna assume that this is at least representing Eren's character. What is freedom? Again, what does this really mean? Killing thousands upon thousands of people is freedom? Why? Why was Eren just crying about thinking about killing these people, but when he does it, he is elated? Eren does not enjoy killing people. Fuck off.
ついにたどり着いたぞ、この景色に。
See what? I don't get it. So did Eren bring Armin into this? Armin seemingly forgot about it straight after. Okay.
まだお礼を言ってないと思って何年も私に話しかけてくれて。
Wait till you find out what other kind of coming he's been doing to you for years. Armin, you're already blushing. You're an embarrassment.
寂しくて気が狂いそうだったから、あんたとヒッチの話だけが楽しみだった。
So what was our stay in the cocoon? Actually, I don't give a shit.
もっと明るくて楽しいことがいたでしょ。それは違うよ。
We know it ain't Armin. We know it ain't.
本当にわからないの？ヒッチがあんなにからかってたのに。わからない。
How has Armin pulled this off? Being a complete creep while she's in a coma? He was violating her memories. Brother is truly him, or is in the worst written romantic relationship in the history of fiction. Pick one, I guess. Genuinely horrifically cringe scene though.
まだ僕らが知らない壁の向こう側があるはずだと信じたいんだ。
Armin, shut your cryptic ass up.
もうみんな死んだんですか？
Shouldn't he have already realized this? Is he stupid?
最後の時間くらい穏やかでいたい。
How the fuck did someone as dense as Mikasa figure that out? Also, oh my god, it's so cringe. I can't.
いつの間に何がそうわかった。何が
Peak dialogue.
マフラーなくしたの？
If they mention this fucking scarf one more time, I will lie to myself. They ain't gonna take the Jaw Titan just because he's a kid? Even they barely believe in their goal. Wait then, why did they take them up till now? Why didn't they just leave them on Paradis? If Flockside won, which they should have and would have, if Shardis didn't blow up the train, then Gabby and Falco would be killed.
私だけ逃げることになるなんて。
Can no one make a fucking case for her to stay? No one's even trying to convince her.
謝ることすらおこがましく思える。
うん。何度殺そうとして思いとどまったかわからない。
Jesus, Annie, say something normal for once in your life.
アニー、気をつけてな。またね。
You are all traitorous scumbags. Annie killed so many scouts and said she would do it all again. At least Levi ain't waving goodbye. But Jesus, he should have said something to Annie, with the way she slaughtered his men without remorse. Ah, such a beautiful couple. Wait a second, where are Annie, Gabby and Falco going? We later find out they're going to Hizuru, so we'll just die of a rumbling if they don't stop Eren, which seems real likely. Surely Paradis would be a better option, but obviously not great as they are all traitors. With how dire these two options are, it's even more unbelievable that Annie is quitting.
アルミン、これでよかったの？
何が？
If Armin blushes one more time, I will lie on myself.
正直頼りにしてたからね。
でも兄はもう十分戦っただろう。
Fought enough, Connie? Fought enough? Am I living in a parallel universe? Bastards! She fought to try to kill your people and then went in a coma for 5 fucking years. What do you mean, fought enough? I can't. What is dialogue? What is a normal character interaction? No. I am certain there's not a singular person in a world that can explain what the fuck Armin means by this. We are in a comedy.
君たちもこっちでいいの？地ならしが止まったとして、後のエルディア人の立場を考えたら。
Okay, we are at a point where almost every line is incomprehensible sludge. For one, Hanji, why are you asking this? You don't want their help? But don't you need it? And these people might actually benefit from stopping Eren, because Titan shifters who have tried to annihilate Paradis are not going to be looked nicely upon on Paradis. Please, can we get one line that makes any sense?
ぜひ今度車力の巨人の背中に乗ってその体温を感じながら。
嫌です。何ですか急に気持ち悪い。
Jesus. Cringe is beyond an overused word nowadays, but I just have to keep saying it. This is cringe. Very cringe.
ねえ、リヴァイ、みんな見てるかな？今の私たちを死んだ仲間に誇れるかな？
やつみてえなこと言ってんじゃねえよ。
I agree. Let my man rest in peace. He's so far and beyond the greatest character in AOT after Eren's character assassination. And you just keep bringing him up. I don't want to think about his greatness while watching this sludge. Ha ha ha, he lives. Fucking somehow.
まさか船にしがみついてここま。
That is so insanely stupid, but I guess he's just built different.
燃料タンクに穴！
どのぐらいかかります？
ブリキで塞げばなんとか1時間で。
Remember that, kids. He said in an hour.
地ならしが来た。
Well, they're screwed.
俺たちの悪魔、それだけ。
Finally, a good line of dialogue.
でも諦められないんだ。今日はダメでもいつの日か。
Good luck with all that. Don't they need an hour? Yeah, that ain't happening.
僕が残って足止めを。
Armin, the fuck you gonna do, man? There's hundreds of them. It's GG. I mean, I guess you are the best option, but come on.
お前はダメだ。エレンを止める切り札はお前しかいない。ここは俺が。
Reiner, I was already making fun of Armin, but brother, you are probably below their knees. What on God's earth will you do to stop them? Kick their toes real hard.
みんなをここまで率いてきたのは私だ。大勢の仲間を殺してまで進んできた。そのけじめをつける。
Jesus Christ, can one person not be a fucking idiot? What are you gonna do, Hanji? There's hundreds of them.
リヴァイは君の下っ端だからこき使ってやってくれ。
Ha 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 ha, so funny. Does no one understand they are all 100% dead right now? I guess they could all get back on the ship. Wait, why aren't they doing that? I guess it would be quite awkward if they all just arrived back on Paradis. Wait, is no one going to help Hanji? Why wouldn't they all work together?
今最高にカッコつけたい気分なんだよ。このまま行かせてくれ。
Calling this Marvel-ass dialogue would be an insult to Marvel. The tone is so beyond unfixable because Hanji so obviously has no feasible way to stop these titans at all. She's literally moving at like 1,000 miles per hour. What the fuck is this? What's the point in gravity? Dude, I'm sure there's times that you can critique this stuff in the hall of AOT, but this is another level. It's clearly just not thought out remotely. Dude, these guys are diving. I don't know why, but like, they walk through buildings. Why are they tripping on themselves? Oh wow, they are slowed down by a couple seconds. Good job, Hanji. 1 hour already? Sure, if you say so. Why has she just started to be set on fire? Why wouldn't that just happen instantly? Also, how is she still Levi even when on fucking fire? Rest in peace. No, not you, my king. I don't think I meant to find this scene funny. However, nope, do not infect my opinion on this man. He would despise what Hanji became.
まったく団長なんかに指名されて大変だったよ。エレンのバカがさ。
Eren ain't the idiot, madame. Also, what is this place? I'm gonna assume it's just some easy writing tool of just some afterlife in Hanji's head.
始祖の巨人を支配してんだろう。先にジークを殺しちまえば地ならしは止まるんじゃないのか。
That is one hell of an assumption.
俺はエレンの考えてることが少しわかる気がする。エレンは俺たちに止めてほしいんじゃないのか。
No? How did you jump to that? Why would Eren want you to stop him? If he did, then why wouldn't he just stop himself?
エレンは全ての巨人とエルディア人に影響を与えることができる。なのに僕らは変わりなく巨人の力を使えるままだ。
エレンは意図的に我々を放任してるってこと？
そう、自由にやらせてる。まるで僕たちがどうするのかを試すみたいに。
Wouldn't the more logical reasoning be that Eren simply can't stop you turning into titans? If he could, then why the fuck wouldn't King Fritz have done this? No one should be entertaining this utterly farcical argument at all. It's so batshit insane.
俺だったらもう始祖の力を誰かに任せてしまいたい。それができなければ終わりにしてほしい。誰かに。
Or, you know, if Eren didn't want to do it, he could just not do it. Eren can listen into conversations between Eldians throughout the world. That is insane. Why didn't Eren hear their plan of taking a flying boat and then invite Flock to a Discord call to tell him to blow up the flying boat? Unless Reiner was right. This show sucks.
今なら不可侵条約を結んで終わりにできる。これ以上誰も殺さなくていい。島はもう大丈夫だ。
Great argumentation, Armin, saying something no one believes. Least of all Eren. Why is it Kid Eren here? Why is Ymir also here? And why are both their eyes blank? Who knows? Also, like I said, Eren could have so easily stopped all this. All he had to do was blow up the flying ship. That ain't taking away their freedom, that's being practical. Brother, that doesn't confirm your schizo-ass theory. If anything, it goes against it. Shut your ass up.
兄さん、俺夢を見たんです。
夢？ガリアードの？
ジークさんの夢。いや、記憶です。
You have memories from Zeke. How is that even possible?
いや、記憶です。
ジークの記憶を見たって言った。
Okay, maybe that coma did do something to Annie. By sheer luck and contrivance, Falco can see Zeke's current memories of seeing clouds in the sky, and from seeing this, he feels like he can do it. And by that, we later learn he means fly as a titan. You guys see how horrifically incompetent this is all written, right? What does Falco mean by, that's how it feels to me? Like, come on, what does that mean? What are the odds that Falco is the first ever titan that can fly, and he learns it from a dream that he shouldn't be able to have? Fuck off. This is all complete fucking garbage. How is this guy still alive? He clearly would have been shot. Whatever. Oh wow, all the characters that are relevant to the story all happen to be alive on this train to Fort Salter. That ain't contrived at all. Do you know other countries have a bastion like this? Revenge on who? What? Wouldn't he be a tool so she could get a higher status than Marley? That ain't revenge. Annie was used as a tool of revenge too. I just don't think these people have a solid grasp on the English language. They don't seem to know what words mean. Eren can control Zeke's Beast Titan? Or is it his Warhammer Titan? Or is it his Founding Titan? Whatever, I guess Eren can just do anything. They just made it. Wow. I find their navigation skills pretty impressive. Fort Salter is a pretty specifically small place to find. Maybe they had a sat-nav. Also, I'm not going to attempt to figure out the time frames of this being possible, with Eren having such a huge head start. It feels like it should be impossible for them to catch him, and Jesus, they did leave it close, but whatever. Spoilers, me saying X person should be dead is going to be the theme of this fight. How the fuck did Pete get the explosives on a Titan straight after transforming mid-air? Armin, you're not smart. Stop trying to be deep. So she was the one to let them out, and it was on purpose. Why though? And why is she smiling? To get one over King Fritz? I don't think he gives a single shit about a couple pigs. So, Ymir is watching. Can people see her? Does she actually exist in the world? And if so, how has she managed that? If not, how can she walk around and touch stuff if she's not really there? And how is she able to see anything? Does anything make any sense? Is she the one actually controlling the Founding Titan? I would assume not, because Eren could Discord call everyone. But who the fuck knows? Dude, Eren is the one abandoning things and changing things. You're the one who's going against the change. Can Armin see Ymir then? What the fuck? Also, this makes it seem way more likely that Ymir is controlling this. However that works. Also, why not just kill Armin? Also, what the fuck is this thing? It's not even attached to Eren. How the fuck is it working? To say this looks like game over for the Avengers squad here is a hell of an understatement. It looks like they're made with Titan hardening. Why are their napes still the weak point? Are they not made from a Warhammer Titan? And, there literally might be hundreds of them. You guys are so screwed, even I am starting to feel bad for you. Also, why are some attached to Eren's body but some aren't? What's that about?
俺が万全だとしても、あそこに突撃する選択はしない。だから、落ち着け。
I don't think keeping cool is going to help you here.
敵の正体が分かった。あれは
歴代の9つの巨人。
I wouldn't say figured out, but I suppose it's a good guess. Wait, but supposing this is true, which is meant to be supposed, I can just do the maths on this to find out how many of them there would be. Let's say there was a new bunch of 8 Titans every 13 years throughout the 2,000 year history of the Titans. I'm not counting Founding Titans, just to be on the safe side. So the maths is 2,000 over 13 for the amount of generations, which is rounding down 153. Then I'll do 153 times 8, which is 1,224. They are against, assumingly, 1,224 Titans at the very least. And they have, with Armin gone, 3 Titan shifters, a crippled strong guy, a strong girl, and 2 pretty strong fighters. If I was a betting man, hey, I didn't even go that far, Peak. I assume it's not unlimited. It just may as well be. Bravo, Connie. Smartest thing you've ever said. No, Peak. However hard-going you are, Connie is right about this one. Also, how are you all just standing around talking? Why wouldn't the Titans just start going to you? Okay, going in alone, good luck with that. Where are the Titans? She only got past 4 of them and then did a ludicrous 100-meter jump into the air. She can apparently jump the height of a fucking Walzen Shiganshina. The fuck is this? Then she just skid on some fucking bone Eren has. What is this? What am I looking at? Eren needs to see a doctor. Then boom, she's already at his head. I guess this fight's easy if you can just teleport. Well, at least you finally got stopped. Why are the Titans going in for 1 vs 1s? Fucking rush them. Rest in peace, John boy. Okay, I need to try to calculate this one. Levi is on screen for 2 frames. Anime runs on 24 frames per second, so Levi is on screen for 1/12 of a second. Let's say this distance is 20 meters. Levi traveled at 240 meters per second. The speed of sound is 343 meters per second, so Levi's pretty close with 240. What I'm getting at is there would be a little 2-sided A-train action happening, and then their blood and guts would then splatter into Eren's hard bones. And all this came from needing Levi to go sonic speed to save John in the first place. Now, you may say, hey, but AOT has these kind of moments in the past. You just have to suspend your disbelief. It's animated after all. To that, I say, it was also bad when it happened in the past. The best example is probably Levi vs Annie. I think it's bad if we see Levi do this, and then later on, he doesn't seem as overpowered. I would like the physics to be consistent. I would argue it's a lot easier to put the Levi Annie fight down to exaggerated animation. However, here it's very hard to put this down to exaggerated animation when, like, the Titan was right next to John and Levi had to go that speed to get to him in time. What's exaggerated about it? Anyway, moving on. Wait, blades can cut through as well as thunder spears. So are they made out of flesh? They do also have blood, but it sure doesn't look like it. Also, Levi ain't looking very injured. Levi's deflecting a Titan with his swords. But how? Breathe through your nose, Armin. You'll figure it out.
あの子だ。そうユミル。エレンが言うように、エレンがただ進み続けるだけなら、この抵抗はそうユミルの意志。
Okay, seeing Ymir is some evidence that it's hard doing this, but Eren saying he's moving forward wasn't only meant literally. Like, that doesn't mean shit. But if this is Ymir, which I guess we are meant to take it as, then there is zero excuse for like, oh, Eren doesn't want to kill them, that's why he's going easy. No, Ymir ain't gonna care one bit, she's just going for the win. But I am confused, this scene really seemed like Ymir just gave Eren the full Founder's powers. Eren seemed to free her, so why is she doing his bidding? And why are her eyes blanked out now? Why does Bartol suddenly show up because Armin thinks of him? Actually, wait. This reminds me, where the fuck are the Colossal Titans from the past? Ymir has hundreds of them in her back pocket. What the fuck is she doing? She can't see shit with her old eyes. And I mean, no one can. They're so far away, and the Avengers aren't even at the front of a fucking Titan. Also, it is once again GG, and not even well played. Another lucky save, and what the fuck are the other Titans doing? Every Titan just goes on pause instead of finishing off the kill. How did this situation occur? Reiner got tossed in his Titan, and now this? I feel we missed a few steps there. I feel everyone should be fucking donezo. Another last second save. So Levi got his leg bitten off, and Connie woke up at the right second to see him and then be able to catch him midair. Just a walk in a park, I guess. Why aren't the Titans killing them? And Jesus Christ, out in the godforsaken universe, are they getting out of this one? Okay, so you know there's like, good writing in some things, yeah? Well, this is like the complete opposite of that. I feel like I'm gonna struggle to describe how, really stupid this is. But dagnabbit, I'll try. So, I've already said Falco's dream made a great lack of sense, and then him turning into a bird is exceptionally convenient. Eren's second transformation was protecting Armin and Mikasa from a cannon, and his third transformation, he was out of it for a while, and only eventually with Armin's persistence was he able to wake up and lift the boulder into the hole, which took all his strength. Now, in Falco's second transformation, he can fucking fly. And not only that, he can fly miles. Birds can fly because of the instinct of flying deep in their DNA. Humans don't exactly have that. You know how it takes a while to get the mechanics of riding a bike down? Well, Falco simply knows how to fucking fly. Okay, Falco can fly. Where is he going to fly to? Oh, Fort Salter. Hey, Falco, bring us to Fort Salter. Where's that at? Northeast, but a bit closer to east. Oh, got ya. Oh, I guess they know the way. Alright, how long's the old journey there? What? 5 hours? But Falco, this is your second time in a Titan, and you're using so much energy flying, there's no way you'd be able to fly that far. Well, whatever, Falco's just simply gifted, I guess. Now, Mikasa is the only one left. Everyone in a few seconds is as good as dead. And this is when they show up. just in the nick of time. They had to find them in this mess of bones. A few more seconds and it would be all over. This show is terrible. Also, where the fuck do they get that net? Everyone's so fucking casual about it. The dialogue is so horrific. Ah, how cute. She nearly said Armin. Annie, you weren't even there for Eren's capturings. In fact, the only time that you know he got captured was when you were the one who fucking captured him, for fuck's sake. Why have both of them just stood still? Why hasn't the Warhammer yeeted her off or smashed her body? No one except Mikasa at this point should have any qualms about killing Eren because he's their friend. That ain't the issue. Paradis not having the Founding Titan is the issue. No one fucking realizes this. Without the Founding Titan, Paradis is toast in the future. Mate, you can't see that from there. Annie's dad has got the exact same fake out death twice. That's some evidence that Isayama is just trolling. He should have been hit like 20 times. You know the same shit happened in Season 8 of GOT, right? The same history, the same mistakes. Also, why the fuck weren't they using these arrows before? What the fuck have the Warhammer Titans been doing? Why the fuck are they taking him on one-on-one? Why aren't they using the Warhammer abilities? Why doesn't Ymir use her reserve of at minimum 1,224 Titans? Why are even the Warhammer Titans made of flesh? These guys aren't even made of flesh normally. You're yanking my chain with this dialogue. Also, Peak, why didn't you get out sooner? Peak just launched out her Titan like a fucking ejector seat. Just say some cringe-ass lines to John, to then proceed to save the day. Peak fiction right there. She just did it again. Whatever, it's normal, don't think about it. You can't deflect a huge force with a fucking sword. John is dead, he just died, he should be in multiple pieces. No way in hell Mikasa could see that from there. And also, why the fuck is it there? Why isn't it hiding? And why the fuck would it run off now? Why not have the other fucking hundreds of Titans protect it?
奴の命令をしくじったことはなかった。一度も。なのに、奴の最後の命令だけがなぜ？俺は選ぶぞ。夢を諦めて死んでくれ。新兵たちを地獄に導け。獣の巨人は俺が仕留める。奴の命令をしくじったことはなかった。俺は選ぶぞ。
It wasn't a fucking order. Levi made a promise. Those are very different things. And again, Levi achieved his fucking promise. He took down the Beast Titan. Levi, you have turned into a clown. Erwin would pity you. How many G's is this? But actually, more importantly, why is there no downward acceleration? Is gravity not real? Mikasa would just hit those bones going at thousands of kilometers per hour. But physics is for losers, I guess. She just hit that at a wild speed. Fuck off, she's dead. Annie completely teleported. She flung Mikasa so quick, and now she's just fucking here. For the whatever time I'm saying this again, why aren't the Titans attacking them together? There's so many, and so many Ymir has in reserve. She's only used one colossal. Why?
ライナー、ピーク、ジャン、コニー、ミカサ、兄。
Is Armin doing a fucking roll call? What is this? Why do you say every name like that?
僕は僕が嫌いだ。ずっとお前は僕を裏切り続けてきた。
Don't blame yourself. Blame yourself, man. You're the one in control of your actions.
僕は巨人の口の中にいるはずなのに、なぜみんなの状況がわかる？エルディア人がみんな道を通じてつながっているから。
I still don't get how you know what's going on, but why would Ymir not just kill you when you're clearly a threat? And if Ymir can just pull anyone into this world, why doesn't she? Eren might not want to because freedom, blah blah blah. But Ymir doesn't give a shit. So... Wait, if Ymir is controlling everything, then why wouldn't she just disable everyone's titans? Can she not do that? Wait a second, how are Armin and Zeke in the Path Realm? I thought time stops when you're in the Path Realm, but it doesn't seem to have. Or does it just move unbelievably slowly? But Armin hasn't been in it long at all, and apparently time is still moving. And if for Zeke it's been like thousands and thousands of years, then he'd go more insane than he is right now, and he'd definitely try to kill himself, which may be possible, because Eren tore his hand off. According to the Alliance, the rumbling would stop if Zeke dies, so Zeke rambles about nothing for a while, then's all in support of death. Why the fuck is there a leaf there? And if Armin somehow conjured it into existence, how? Why would Armin have even the smallest amount of power in the Path Realm? Armin had some fond memories of when he was a kid. Nice, but what's this all about? Why does Zeke see a baseball? Mechanically, who the fuck knows? But you see, it's so deep, and that's all that matters. So Zeke looks at a leaf/baseball, hears Armin say he liked running up a hill as a kid, so then realizes people are happy sometimes, including when he played catch with Sava. His mind is blown, because he realizes people are happy sometimes. Alright, wait, hold up. But this was literally Zeke's philosophy in Season 3.
粉々にしちゃったか。何やってんだ俺。何マジになってんだよ。お前は父親とは違うだろ。何事も楽しまなくちゃ。みんなを誇り高き肉片にしてあげようぜ。
So what the fuck's happening? Zeke seemed to enjoy the little things in life, like, obliterating loads of people. And now he's shocked about the concept of being happy. Zeke's character, what a disaster. And him having this fake epiphany is somehow what leads to this plot point. Off the bat, Zeke doesn't even know Ymir at all, and Zeke and Armin don't know Kruger. You can't even say he willed them into existence. So why are they here? Are they conscious? There's an afterlife? What's going on? Well, that's another double A-train save. Wait a second, when did we last see John and Peak?
まあ、100回勝っても敵が100万ならどうしようもないね。
How do we go from that to this off screen? It just doesn't care. So everyone's dead. So, I thought the bird incident may have been the biggest ass pull in all of fiction, but now I'm reconsidering. Once again, every character was seconds from death, until something batshit insane happened to save them. And as in pretty much every second of this fight, I have to mention again, the fuck are these titans doing in the background? They always just get put on pause. For once we agree, Mikasa. What is this sheep cow doing here? Why hasn't it ran off from a fight yet? Wait, how the hell did Gabby still have this gun? Last time we saw it, was the episode after Eren started the rumbling. Niccolo took it off her, and then it vanished into thin air. And then, just right this second, Gabby manages to pull it back from the thin air in which it went, and then does her phase Gabby classic. How very fortunate. No sure Annie caught him, and either way, with how Annie caught him, I ain't buying Armin's not gonna get fucked up anyway. Kruger is doing an overhead snap, just like he did in a boat in season 3, like it's his fucking signature move. Kruger, please snap me in half so I can get out of this hellhole known as the final episode of Attack on Titan. And Grisha's popping off. Wow. Hey, I'm waiting for it to be explained before I get into it. Zeke, put your dick away. Kids are here, man.
Zeke が生も死もない道の世界で眠ってたみんなを呼び覚ました。
But Zeke doesn't know Kruger or Ymir. Off to a poor and confusing start.
すべてのエルディア人は道でつながっている。それはおそらく始祖ユミルがつながりを求めているからだ。
Whatever that means about Ymir seeking connection, I ain't gonna bother touching it. I'm just wondering why in the name of all the Path Realm is Ymir letting them do this? It doesn't even make sense that they can begin to do this. But why isn't Ymir just like, nah bro, that ain't happening. She is literally God.
僕らに何かを求めて。
Ymir better not want to lose a fight. They all should have been dead like 30 times by now.
みんな力を貸してくれ。
Okay, so we are meant to act like somehow all these characters know the situation and want to help stop the rumbling. But would all these guys want to stop it? Fuck no. Let's start with Ymir. She would be down with the rumbling just to make Astoria safe. And Grisha. Grisha is a hilariously terrible character. He for some reason learnt about the rumbling, but with manipulation did Eren's bidding. Then he completely regretted it and told Zeke to stop Eren. When mate, you could just stop him. Just don't give him the founder. Oh, but Carla died. So he got real revengeful, I guess, and decided he did want Eren to do the rumbling. And now Eren is doing it. He's flipped again. Dude just does what he's written to do, with no rhyme or reason. And somehow, he's not the funniest, out-of-place character here. No, Eren Kruger is the last person in the world who would go against Eren Jaeger and stop the rumbling.
だけじゃない。何千人ものユミルの民の指を切り落とし、ここで巨人にしてきた女も子供もだ。全てはエルディアのためだったと信じてる。大陸にとどまった王家の残党は革命軍となり、父はその一員だった。しかし、何も成し遂げることなく、生きたまま焼かれた。幼かった俺は、その様子を戸棚の隙間から見ていることしかできなかった。それ以来、マーレへの復讐とエルディアの復権を誓った。立て、戦え。エルディアに自由と尊厳を取り戻すために立て。俺はここで初めて同胞を蹴落とした日から、お前は妹を連れて壁の外に出た日から、その行いが報われる日まで進み続けるんだ。死んでも死んだ後も。
Eren Kruger did everything for the sake of Eldia, and now he is actively destroying Eldia for the sake of Eldian-hating genocidal nations. And what's so funny is Zeke and Armin don't know the fucking guy. Why is this man here except to do a little reference with his signature move? Jesus Christ. Isayama used to be a master at giving characters so much characterization in such short amount of times, especially in backstories. I genuinely think Eren Kruger is one of the greatest characters with limited screen time I have ever seen. He had so many iconic lines, and his impact on the story was so great. And now he's reduced to snapping a boat on his back one time. Unbelievable. So Zeke has somehow managed to get out of the Path Realm and is now attached to Eren's body. So was his body somehow merged inside Eren's bones? And he can somehow just pop back out? Like, what the fuck is that? I don't get how any part of this works, but whatever. Levi kills Zeke and this stops the rumbling. Why this stops the rumbling when Eren seemed to have broke the whole royal blood thing? and Ymir seems to be able to do whatever the fuck she wants? I don't know, but it very much has. The rumbling has stopped, but Eren's founding Titan and the Titans from the past are still working just fine? Isn't that just a contradiction to Zeke being needed to use the Founder's power? Whatever. Drawn just zooms past however many Titans with ease. Just par for the course, whatever, and then blows up Eren's head. Then the worm tentacle thing pops out and Reiner takes it on. Yep, good job Eren Kruger. Why was getting Eren's head off so important? Eren's head would come off anyway, right? Good question, John. So it did attach to Eren's head when he did the rumbling, but I just assumed that was just some founding Titan bullshit to connect the head to his body. Is it really meant to be the original worm thing that Ymir originally touched? If so, how and why? It's never shown up before. It clearly stopped existing in this state when Ymir originally touched it. If Gabby didn't shoot Eren's head off, I assume he wouldn't be getting any of this, right? It's such a ridiculous plot point that means absolutely nothing. Huh? But I thought, without Zeke? Without the worm? How the fuck is this happening? Eren still has the Founder's powers, but only enough to make himself a colossal looking ass Titan. Oh wait, but he does look kinda cool. I never thought of it like that. Ah, who needs logic anyway? All Man Wormy is producing some smoke. What on earth could this be about? Why would it be able to excrete Titan gas? Can it just do anything? I can't believe Levi hits us with a remember line for this. No, Levi, we do not know if Ackermans can turn into Titans. That was never fucking established. In fact, it makes no fucking sense for you guys not to be able to turn into Titans, as Eren could fucking Discord call you. So no, don't act like this was an established rule. Fuck off. Wow, Nita Falco can transform again after flying around as a bird for several fucking hours. It's not like we ever saw a character who just got Titan powers really struggle mentally and physically after doing way less. It's not like that same character had to train and train until his body was weak for him to be able to improve his Titan abilities. No, that wouldn't make any sense now, would it? At this point, this being Titan gas is just an assumption. I mean, sure, get out of there, but everyone's acting like it 100% is game over. So Mr. Worm wants to attach to Eren, again, is the theory. So why did it fucking wriggle straight into Reiner? Is it stupid? Brother Worm, just go around him. How did Pete take so long when she flew off way before they even turned into Titans? Ah, the cabin. Of course I know exactly what's going on here, and how any of this is happening. Wow, it's just like episode 1, except the roles are reversed. This is so deep and makes sense for many reasons. If we are meant to take this as any kind of alternate timeline, then I have to say, Eren running away with Mikasa is the least Eren thing possible. Is current Eren making this whole cabin thing happen? If so, then do I really have to say how none of this makes any sense? Or can everyone in the world see it? How is any of this happening? There is literally nothing to go off. It's just random shit splurged together, and is meant to be seen as somehow deep. Excuse me, what? Can something attempt to make sense? Can a crumb of logic occur? Mikasa, how do you know he's in the mouth? From a power of fucking love? Fuck off. fuck off there's that much rock, and fuck off that injured Levi can dodge it. This is Attack on Titan, everyone. Not Reiner's and Bartol's betrayal, not Erwin's charge, not everyone finally getting to the ocean, and Eren pointing across the sea at the futility of it all. No, AOT is Mikasa Ackerman kissing Eren Jaeger's head after chopping it off his body, while some 2,000-year-old godlike little girl watches and smiles. This is truly our Shingeki no Kyojin. And now for the most infamous manga chapter in history, but with some minor changes which completely save it, right? Yeah. For this whole conversation, keep in mind that later we find out it took place before Hanji died. It's really strange because that's also when Armin seemed to see Kid Eren talking about freedom. How can both these be true? I don't fucking know. So anyway, Eren and Armin are in their kid bodies for some reason.
進撃の巨人の力で見た未来のためだってことは分かってるけどさ、どうしても僕をボコボコにしなきゃいけなかった理由って。
Eren beat Armin up because of his future memories. How so? Also, why are we starting the conversation here? Why didn't we, start it from the start? Also, should you getting beat up really be a topic of discussion here, Armin? Don't you think there are some more pressing matters?
少なくとも島と外じゃ死ぬ人の数が違いすぎる。
壁の巨人はこの島の外にある全ての地表を踏み鳴らす。そこにある命をこの世から駆逐するまで駆逐してやる。この世から一匹残らず。
全ては突き放した僕らをエレンを討ち取り、人類を滅亡から救った英雄に仕立て上げるため。
そうだ。
So we finally get the epic reveal that Eren was not only lying to the world, but was also lying to himself in internal monologues as well, about destroying all his enemies. No one could have seen this coming, and that's how you know it's an epic plot twist. Apparently, Eren got this plan from his future memories, which obviously makes no sense, but I am interested in the specifics of what he actually saw. And why would he do this plan, instead of just a full rumbling? Because this plan will mean the eventual destruction of Paradis, which hey, I thought Eren would kinda care about.
お前たちは生き残った人類すべての恩人になるだろう。島の悪魔でありながらパラディ島に背き、人道を貫いた。この世で最も敬意を表される存在になるはずだ。
You think the world would believe the so-called island devils would have stopped the rumbling? Nah, they wouldn't believe that in a million years. History will be completely rewritten.
それじゃあ、巨人大戦後のタイバー家みたいに壁外人類の報復からパラディ島を守れっていうの？
That's beyond impossible. The world that thought Paradis was a root of all evil, despite being peaceful for the last 100 years, would not react nicely to however much of the world getting trampled on. Whatever you do, all this racism and hate will grow 100 times what it once was. How the fuck are a couple devils from Paradis gonna stop all that?
僕たちが英雄になれるわけないだろ。
I thought you're trying to be heroes. If, hypothetically, you could be these heroes, then why the hell wouldn't you? Unless you're just saying that to try and change everyone's mind?
歩きながら話そう。始祖ユミルの話を。どこまで話した？
Why are we cutting the conversation like this? Why not just show it from the start?
道で彼女に触れて感じたことがある。始祖ユミルはフリッツ王を愛していた。それが2000年経ってもユミルを縛り続けていたものの正体だ。
No, just why? Whilst I think Ymir being the epitome of a slave in her life was unrealistic, it was clearly what she was. It makes just as much sense and is a whole lot less weird than her loving King Fritz. Oh, but it's Stockholm Syndrome. You can't just pull that term without showing how it got there, because I ain't buying it. She seemed fine in her village, then King Fritz burned it to the ground, then cut off her tongue, and she was a slave of his for like, I don't know, a year. You can't convince me she would randomly fall in love with him after that. So much so that when she got her founding powers, after he set up a goddamn chase to kill her, she would stay his slave. This couldn't be more explicit that Eren broke her out of her slave mentality. He didn't start chatting about how much Ymir loves King Fritz, did he? It's a retcon. Speaking of...
でも彼女が苦しんでいたことは確かだ。2000年間ずっと苦しみから解放してくれる誰かを求め続け、ついに現れた。それがミカサだ。俺をここまで導いたのはお前なのか。待っていたんだろう。2000年前から誰かを。それがミカサだ。誰かを。ミカサだ。
But her eyes opened. Tears were coming down her face. And then she gave you the Founding Titan's powers. That was you, Eren. You did that. I saw it with my own eyes. You weren't talking about yourself then, Eren. Look at the name of that episode. Yeah, sure, it was all about Mikasa.
This doesn't make any sense!
Eren, you have a tough job explaining how this isn't one of the clearest retcons I have ever heard. But hey, I'll keep an open mind.
なんでミカサなの？
そりゃ始祖ユミルにしかわからねえよ。俺もまだミカサが何をするのかわからない。俺が確実に分かっていたことはミカサがもたらした結果、全てその結果に行き着くためだけに俺は住み続けた。
So, spoilers. He's talking about the removal of the Titan's curse. Now, leaving out that only Ymir knows how Eren could know about this from a future memory when it happens after he dies. But I digress. Didn't Eren just say his goal was to make his friends into heroes? But now his goal is this. Pick a lane, buddy. I mean, you can have multiple goals, but that ain't what it sounds like.
人類を虐殺してパラディ島で殺し合いをさせて、みんなを、俺の大切な仲間を生き残れるかどうかもわからないまま戦いに巻き込んだ。
Eren didn't know his friends would survive. The friends that should have died hundreds of times. Eren, how can dead people be heroes? You could have at least said that you knew they would survive because you saw the future. Even though that would be ridiculous, at least it would be something. It's absolutely incredible how polarizing this all is. Not only is Eren's plan unadulterated mush, Armin somehow isn't realizing this and explaining to Eren how insane and contradictory it is. Brother, you are the one he's trying to kill while wanting you to live. Explain to him how ludicrous that is.
戦いに巻き込んだ。
それが勲章授与式で見た未来。
Surely this is meant to be taken as fact. Eren saw all this for 4 years and somehow didn't realize this future plan could hardly be worse. Willie's plan has nothing on this.
俺は頭がめちゃくちゃになってしまった。始祖の力がもたらす影響には過去も未来もない。同時に存在する。
What the fuck does that mean?
だから仕方がなかったんだよ、あの日。あの時、ベルトルトはまだ死ぬべきじゃなかった。だから見逃して。サイに向かわせたの。
In a vacuum, I don't despise that Eren sent Dinah to kill his mother, so he could watch as a kid and I suppose just get that much more conviction inside of him. His mother was dead either way under the rubble. However, I said in a vacuum, because the implications of this managed to add another layer of insanity to the whole Path Realm time travel. Eren can control Titans from the past, but somehow can't change a future. But what if he just controlled every Titan from every era to do exactly what he wants? We know nothing about the mechanics of this. You can't just throw this in for a couple seconds of shock value. Oh my good golly, Eren was behind everything, even the death of his mother. That's crazy. Yeah, but it's just shit.
それでどう思ってたのさ。
何が？
ミカサのことだよ。エレンのことを忘れて誰かと幸せに生きていけると思う？君が望んだ通りに。
さあ、わかんねえ。
You guys have been aware that Mikasa is in love with Eren? Since when? And how did what go with Mikasa? What is happening right now?
さあ、わかんねえ。
ミカサの恋心を無限にしたことはどう思ってるんだ？俺のことは忘れろで済まされると思っているのか？
Am I misreading this? Or does it seem like Armin is pissed off at Eren for not fucking Mikasa? For one, hot take, Eren ain't a bad guy for not wanting to fuck his stepsister. And also, how are we talking about this? Eren is destroying the world and you are about to fight him to the death. It's hard to put into words how out of left field this is. And then we get what everyone's been waiting for, the classic, that is.
まあ案 らいすぐにいい人見つけてあっさりくっつく気もするな。
そんなのやだ。ミカさんに男ができるなんて。一生俺だけを思っててほしい。俺が死んだ後もしばらく10年以上は引きずっててほしい。
Alright, here we go. So, Eren, instead of crying because you are currently slaughtering millions of people, instead of crying because you know you're going to die, instead of crying because you don't know whether you are going to kill your closest friends, you probably fucking will, instead of crying because every minuscule aspect of your character has been ruined, you are crying because the girl who has protected you and cared about you all this time might fuck some dude after you die. Why has one of the greatest characters of all time turned into the most pathetic loser to ever exist? But I hear you say, Eren was a pathetic loser crybaby the whole show. It's just like Season 1. Season 4 Eren was just acting and hiding his patheticness. In Season 1 he was a complete crybaby. Don't you remember?
Fuck off.
I've heard some people say this was meant to be a comedic scene, and hey, I find it comedically terrible. I'm going to quote it for 10 years at least. But there's a time and a place for in quotes comedy, and I don't think this is it, with the old rumbling going on. And you know, comedy and being in character are not separate things. I guess I should speak about Eren and Mikasa being a thing. I guess I'll accept that Mikasa loves Eren romantically, even though in Season 1 she always mentioned him as his family. So that's weird. But what about Eren loving Mikasa romantically? The end of Season 2 had a vibe about it, maybe. Eren says he'll wrap that scarf around her forever, and then protects her out of pure willpower and luck. But let me ask a question. Would Eren say this if he saw her as a sister and really close friend? Yes, I think so. So that's a scene. Any others in the other 90-odd episodes? Some may say when Mikasa says family, but in that scene, Eren was thinking himself as a monster who is going to destroy the world and is wondering how anyone could love him, like Mikasa does. So then asks why she loves him so much. There was nothing romantic about it. Any others? I honestly would just be pulling on straws. There is really nothing. I could see Eren being gay for Armin as just as likely as him wanting to be with Mikasa. So even Armin calls him pathetic. Dude, you're going to try to kill them in a few hours. Just move past it.
諦めずに探そう。他の道がないか。
ダメだ。俺と同じでみんな死にたくなかったはずだ。なのに人類の8割を踏み殺した。
Okay, before anything else, how deep inside his asshole did Eren pull this 80% number from? Now, I've said many a time, the memories make zero sense, but let's say he could see all of it. All the rumbling. Still, how has Eren landed on 80%? He's a master of maths and geography? It feels way too high. The world that Eren refers to must just be way smaller than we thought. He hasn't even took out all of Marley.
俺は文字通り壁外人類の根絶を完遂しようとしてお前たちに阻止される。
Hey now, don't say all. You've just admitted, and will admit again, that you don't know if your friends will survive, even if I give you Mikasa, which I shouldn't. This next part is anime only.
壁外世界はパラディ島と同等の文明レベルに陥ることになる。つまり一方的な報復戦争にはならないだろうが。
By level, does he mean population or like technology? Because obviously the difference between those things is pretty substantial. My feeling is it's meant to be read as technology, so I'll go with that. But it being population would explain how Eren destroyed 80% of the world so quick. So it's about technology. Is the last 20% just a third world country or something, without as good tech? That's convenient and weird. I mean, I guess trade is going to be a little fucked, although we don't really know the situation at all. What's never mentioned is Hizuru will survive. They have decent tech, and are they going to be on Paradise's side at all, or what? It's just crazy how little we know about them.
もう決まっている。もう何度も試みては失望したが、未来の記憶は寸分たがわぬまま起こることは変わらなかった。アルミ、
お前が言った通り、俺は自由の奴隷だ。
But those words have an opposite meaning. It's so deep.
What the?
Dad? Randy!
Oh, there was a ghost!
Armin says it best. Didn't you determine it? It's all just so backwards. Eren did the actions he's going to do because he did them. And anyway, is Eren Jaeger the kind of guy to ever give up?
なぜだ、エレン、答えてくれ。俺がこの世に生まれたからだ。
Even if he'd seen the same things happen as his memories, Eren would push forward, not trust some stupid memories, and achieve his goals. If Eren just destroyed a flying boat, then he could easily just do a full rumbling.
エレン、確かにこの戦いは終わりが見えないし。
Nope, there's an end in sight and his parody getting destroyed.
でも、いつか、いつの日かきっと、分かり合えるって。
You are against the world, Armin.
残された教訓は、殺すか殺されるか。
Sometimes, like this time, it was kill or be killed.
すべては僕たちのためにやったっていうのか。
いや、俺は平らにしたかったんだ。この景色が見たかった。
Yep, we are back here, but it's just fully confirmed this time. Eren wanted to kill millions of people simply because the guy who was only a hero in the first 3 seasons of the show is actually just a genocidal maniac who wants to just see what kind of kill streaks he can get at 10 million kills.
なんでかわからねえけど、やりたかったんだ。どうしても。
You don't know why. Our main character doesn't know why he wants to destroy most the world. The guy with very good reasons to wanting to destroy it. Well, not this fucking 80% plan, but you know.
すべてはお前らを守るためだって思ってた。だが、サシャもハンジさんも俺のせいで死んで。
Hold the flippin' phone. We need an instant replay on that one.
だが、サシャもハンジさんも俺のせいで死んで。
Eren? This is a little awkward, but I'm telling you, you do not know Hanji is dead yet. This is an anime-only line, and is probably the most blatant fuck-up in the whole show. This is when this conversation takes place. Hanji dies after this, and it ain't meant to be Eren knowing it from the future, because that would lead to another huge problem. Armin does not acknowledge that Eren just said Hanji died. It's just 100% whoever wrote this line, whether it was Isayama or someone else, thinking that Hanji is already dead, when nope.
どうしてこうなったのか、やっとわかった。バカだからだ。どこにでもいるありふれたバカが力を持っちまった。だからこんな結末を迎えることしかできなかった。そういうことだろう。
Eren Jaeger, the garden-shared fucking retard who just got his hands on power. You remember when he was 9 years old and was asked by his father why he wanted to go outside?
エレン、どうして外に出たいんだ？
知りたいんだ。外の世界がどうなっているのか。何も知らずに一生壁の中で過ごすなんて嫌だ。それにここで誰も続く人がいなかったら、今までに死んだ人たちの命が無駄になる。
Yep, just an idiot. You remember 9 years old when he tactically killed 2 adults and saved a little girl from being sex trafficked? What a fool. You remember when he came out at the top of his class in the cadets, not counting an Ackerman and 3 warriors? No, that can't have happened.
わかるよ。この世から人を消し去ってしまいたいと思ったことなら僕にもある。
Whoa, I didn't expect that. Are you just saying that to make Eren happy, or is everyone in his world an actual psychopath?
嘘つけ。お前がそんなことを思う。
誰も思わないだろうね。人類の2割を救った英雄だから。
Mate, you haven't saved shit yet, and you don't want to try to convince Eren of anything? Or at least make sure he doesn't try to kill all of you? Alright. And also, don't call yourself a hero, it's so fucking cringe, especially when you ain't a fucking hero.
でも、 エレンに外の世界の本を見せてたのは僕だ。誰もいない自由な世界をエレンに想像させたのは僕だ。
The fucking book. It's all the book. If a book just showed a genocidal world that wanted to destroy Paradis, then Eren would gladly let Paradis burn because it was in the fucking book.
それは
やっと気づいてくれたのか。いつでも足元にあったのに、いつも遠くばかり見てるから。
Stop speaking in riddles, you ain't Socrates, mate.
ありがとう、エレン。
No, don't say thank you when Eren's about to try to kill you all in a few hours, and when he's destroying the world for no reason. Maybe hash that all out.
これは僕たちがやったことだ。だから、これからはずっと一緒だね。
Armin, no one's buying this we business. Actually, Eren is a self-professed fucking retard, so I guess he will.
次は殺し合いだね。
And both of you are okay with that. But the plan of making Armin and everyone a hero... Oh, what the fuck, whatever.
先に待ってる。地獄で。
After watching Eren being brought down to this, Jesus, I'll join you guys in hell. Nothing could be worse than listening to this conversation. So, this is when this conversation happened. So what the fuck is this? Again, how did both these things happen at the same time? Armin, don't act all surprised. You wanted to kill him. Good job, man. You did it.
アルミンも記憶が戻ったんでしょう。エレンが私たちに会いに来ていた時の。
So, Mikasa's cabin dream was a memory. Whatever.
聞いたよ。ミカサがもたらした選択の結果が巨人の力をこの世から消し去ることになるって。
Okay, somehow Eren knew that. But he wouldn't know that that would bring all these people back from being titans. That was just very lucky. Also, not to be crude, but all these people should be butt-ass naked. It is really, really stupid that they're not. And they even have their fucking ODM gear still. Although, to be fair, Isayama did already fuck up with not making Kid Eren naked when he ate Grisha. I'm just upset we didn't see Reiner's big, juicy... Wait, what happened to all the Colossal Titans? Were they made from Eldians 100 years ago? So should respawn? Or is a founder so broken it can literally just make infinite Colossal Titans out of thin air? Well, we have to assume the latter, I guess. So the founder literally has infinite power. Why didn't Ymir just drop Colossal Titans on the Alliance from the skies? And the history of the Eldian Empire is just somehow making less sense again. So everyone got an Eren memory. Keep in mind that Eren killed them maybe hundreds of times, if not for infinite plot armor. Conscientious. Conscientious. If you say so, John. Eren, what a man you are.
エレンがよ、母ちゃんも人に戻るって言ってたんだ。
I'm listening, Connie. Don't you worry.
あいつが私たちに長生きしろって。
But you all nearly died so many... I'm going to lie to myself.
あんたは余計なお世話なんだよ。死に急ぎやろう。
People at home, what am I meant to say to this? Like, it's absurd. Completely absurd. Also, bringing back the suicidal maniac quote is so cringe.
私もお話したかったな。
Why peek? He's literally the devil to you. Ah! Woohoo! Somehow every named character after Hanji has lived. Woo! Can't you tell how glad I am?
お前ら見ていてくれたか。
Why is everyone completely schizophrenic unless...
Sasha.
There's no way even Owen Smith has been character assassinated. Sasha was clearly more than an illusion. She was some kind of afterlife force ghost, which means Owen was as well. Which means Owen supported their little squad. Which means he was happy with Paradis being doomed. Fuck off.
行くね。エレンはいつもあそこで居眠りしてた。
いい場所だと思う。
Mikasa, no! You're going the wrong way. Paradis is northwest, not northeast. All you have to do is walk around 1,000 miles that way, then swim across a 500-mile ocean while holding Eren's head. Then when you get to Paradis, just tell them you killed their messiah and doomed them to certain death. Then just show them the head to prove it. Don't worry, they'll let you in just fine. Man, what a great ending, huh? Speaking of people going places, where the fuck is everyone going to go? I thought this was like the last settlement of Marley. Didn't they use all their planes to blow up Eren? Everyone is stuck here, and so everyone will die horribly. I guess maybe they'll pull some spare blimps from somewhere and they'll go somewhere on them, I guess. Who the fuck knows? Wait, I don't give a shit about this old fellow, but his entire character was about not doing the evil of the past and pushing forward into the future. So why is this guy, of all people, pointing guns at the people who just saved them from a rumbling? Wow, it's just like that time in season 1. What a throwback. Dude, I'm about done with trying to figure out what the fuck's up with Ymir. Mikasa killed Eren, Mikasa loves Eren, she loves Fritz, Mikasa kissed Eren, so Ymir is happy. Man, I guess this is all just too complex for me. Mikasa, you're still going the wrong way. Mikasa. Please don't call it that. And why would it be called that? Shouldn't it be named the day that some dudes betrayed our nation to kill our savior or something? Well, no shit. They need an army to defend themselves. I'm going to lie to myself. Their slogan is a quote that Eren said once to himself. That is fucking hilarious. What? No, he didn't. He lied to you and said he was committed to doing the full rumbling. Just another straight up rewrite of history. How the fuck did they get Historia's letter? Did she just give it to some pigeon and it just happened to find them? Hey, why not? We today have witnessed greatness.
アルミ、本当にうまくいくと思う？壁を破壊して島を裏切ってエルディア国民が崇めるエレンを殺した連中が和平交渉の連合国大使を務めるなんて。
I can confidently say the answer is no. Their military is literally named after the guy you killed.
調査兵団は夢見がちで諦めの悪い連中だから。
私は憲兵だけど。
Ha 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 ha. Good one, Annie. Also, Armin, I want you to die. Oh, Mikasa pulled off her trek. Good for her. And no one blew her head off, despite the fact she was holding the head of a guy who's like Jesus to them. End my suffering, please.
あなたに会いたい。
Paradis would have been blown up as soon as the outside world figured out how to make bombs. It would not have been however fucking long that was. Eren's tree may have a Titan's powers in it because of the fucking Eren's head was there. So it's a big tree. You know, the cycle of violence and the fighting never ends and such and forth. Maybe this tree is really just the friends we made along the way. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we finally made it to the site. And what a sight it was. Now, how should I end this? It feels kinda pointless to me to go over it all again. Like, the world building is nonsensical, the plot could hardly make less sense, and almost every character, even many which I thought surely would be safe, somehow got systematically ruined. I could speak on the meta of how this all happened. What the hell was that guy Isayama playing at? I assume he hadn't really thought out the world building outside of Paradis before starting the time skip, and he maybe nailed himself into doing the rumbling plot, so everything kinda fell apart from there. I mean, that doesn't explain what the fuck happened in the specifics, but you know, I think those things, if true, would have caused a lot of struggle. The themes and the message are a couple words I haven't thrown around much, if at all. I would guess the message is meant to be something like, always find good even when life's bad, or some shit. I don't fucking know. The fact that Eren was justified to do the rumbling because of the horrendous world building, and the facts that every person trying to kill Eren should have died hundreds of times, and that Paradis should have been very soon bombed after they killed Eren, kinda absolutely demolishes any semblance of a message that was attempted. So there's that. Maybe I should end this video talking about something good. Attack on Titan. The mystery, the characters, the hype of victory, and the despair of loss. The build-up leading to some of the most iconic scenes ever made. The inspiration. I'm certain, overall, Attack on Titan has had a positive impact on the world, and it will always have a special place in my heart.
Ha! Gay!